Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
you will not be able to add enough paint unless we are talking Chimera in order to actually turn it black. But you can add a little bit of black paint and turn it really dark gray. If you have ink, you can tint it black. That's because my mind is in many places. Can you hear me now? Okay, awesome. Okay, so I have the dog settled. She's had medication. No. And she had her walk. I got her nestled in the chair up there. And hopefully that will be good enough for her. Hello, Pascal. Welcome. Oh, I do have a little bit of a microphone issue here, but I think as long as I don't touch it, we're going to be okay. We'll just leave that. I was going to actually have Geek take a look at that thing we got going on there. Pretty good. Hi, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Whatever it may be, wherever you may be, it is Captain Madlove. Coming at you live from the captain's quarters with yet another chapter from the captain's log. Today, beginning with dog things. Lots of dog things going on, you guys. Now, I am hoping, if nothing else, that the tape for my hand. Oh, good. The tape for my hand is down here. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, we got dog things. So it's an unusual day, generally speaking. Hey, Derpy Trash Panda. Hey, Scooter. Let me see. Who have I got? I've got Scooter and Darkside. Hi, Darkside. Derpy Trash Panda, Pascal Ruse, Geeking Out Gaming. I know Hatter's out there. He is looking for some ink to tint his primer darker. I think you're going to be able to get a dark gray out of that, Hatter. I don't think black, just to let you know. But what you can do, so here's what I'm going to recommend. Just don't mix anything with the primer. You ready for this? Real quick. Hatter, prime it gray. You said you've got gray and you've got white, right? Prime it with the gray and then base coat the entire miniature with black. You'll get a better black that way, honestly. You really will. Because it's only going to turn just a dark gray, because if you have to put so much paint in it, then it's no longer, the primer. So the velvety adhesion, the velvety surface that you get and the tooth that it has, it degrades it if you add too much paint. So it would be a better idea to just paint the whole thing with gray and then give it a nice black base coat. All right, you guys. So sorry, like I even came down here barefoot. So I'm like partially dressed. Hello, Gore. How are you doing? I got to tape my hand. I actually have a finger that is giving me a whole lot of trouble from too much typing. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. It was a busy morning for me. And then I took the dog out early thinking that it would be fine, that, because she ends up deciding right before I go to sit down at the stream that she's got to go out. So I thought, well, you know what? I can fix that by pottying her early. And so I did. Let me grab my pots, you guys. My brain is all over. I really apologize. So what I will have to do, I think, is I will have to set my schedule 30 minutes earlier, but as if I was going to start earlier and make the intention to do that, because I think she catches on to the vibe, and it doesn't do any good if I take her out early. So if she thinks I'm starting earlier, if I actually set it to where I come down here earlier, then I think I will be able to get her to regulate. Her problem today is that Geek is not in his office, though. So normally he's in the office and she goes and hangs out with him. I also saw you out there, Diomedes. Hello, and thank you for the lurk. Hello, Dextrose. How are you going? It's going pretty good. We're just having a little bit of senior dog stuff going on. Not anything that's health terrible or anything. It's her she could come down here if she wanted to, if she felt like it. We'll just leave that available. Now that I'm down here and she can hear me on the computer up there, it should be a little bit better. But she went in, checked for Geek, and that's where the trouble started. It's like Geek was gone, and so part of her day, I guess she thought he was in the office. And so she'll usually either go in there and hang out with him, or maybe she'll get up in the chair and we put the laptop by the chair and play the stream there so she can listen. She doesn't like the downstairs because we have to keep it a little bit chilly, because all of the equipment makes it kind of warm while streaming. Not real bad, not like some of these folks. I don't have paint drying on the palette and stuff like that. So it's just a little bit crazy. Just a little bit crazy. Other than that, pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I'm going to cut some and hopefully be able to find my scissors. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Absolutely sensational. I'm going to cut a couple of supports for my hand. So I've been doing a lot of typing, and I've been strengthening the hand for it. That's what the doctor said to do. But quite seriously, on my left hand, these two fingers on them, they're twisting inward. This one most specifically is like pulling, all the tendons are pulling it sideways. So I thought it might help to put a support on it. I don't want to lose my painting hand. He said, I'm not going to. It's just that he said to start strengthening it. But the strengthening it kind of also makes it sore. So there's that. Dextrose, she's getting older. And as she gets older, what it is apparently is that everything has to be just the way it's supposed to be. So Geek's been working from home every Tuesday for the most part for about the last year, but I haven't been streaming in the morning. I just started that about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. Scooter would know. He's always here. And so when that happened, it changed the schedule. Now she got used to it. It was fine because Geek is in his office. So she'll just go in there. But then all of a sudden we change something else. And when something gets changed, she likes to travel. She likes that kind of change. She doesn't like anything around the house changing. Oh, typing. So what ended up happening is I have taken up some clerical with the business. and that clerical is the amount of typing. So for our Patreon newsletter and formatting that and creating all of the digital assets for that is a lot of work that my hands did not normally do. And so then I also paint. That's a lot of work. So basically he said, I'm just completely stressing it out. And let me see, we want to strengthen it. So we want to pull this way. And so a little support will probably help take the pain away. But yeah, it's just too much tiny little motions that my hand it's a different thing. Like my right hand, so this is my painting hand, and a little tiny, I get a little bit of pain right here in my wrist just from typing, a little bit. But he said that's because this hand does all the work, all the tiny work, the painting, and so it didn't experience the same problem. The left hand, I was really worried about it there for a minute. I really thought that, I was not going to have a painting hand. It's kind of scary because I would wake up in the morning and my hand would be like that and I couldn't open it. Right on, Gore. So right now what I need to do is support it and give it a strengthening. You got to tape it so that as it's working, it's kind of strengthening it at the same time, but supporting it. So that should work. I've had problems before with like other joint, like my knees and whatnot. So, but I started using this. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's called kinesiology tape. It was so bad when I first got it, and my whole wrist was swollen. I couldn't even pick up like my coffee cup in the morning. But the doctor told me, our family doctor, he said that, so their office, all the clerical went over to being digitalized, like all the paperwork and everything like that in the office went over to being not digitalized, but where you're doing it on the computer. They had a new system that got set up over there. And he said after about the first month of having it that way, everybody in the office was having problems with their hands and their wrists because they weren't used to doing that kind of work. So I got some I think I have one down here. I got some strengthening guys. You stick your fingers in the holes and then you got to stretch your fingers like that. And then I got a little donut. I'm pretty sure one came down here. I'm supposed to have it at my desk, but you know how that goes, right? There's two different ones by my chair, and then I brought one down here in case I'm in the studio for the day, but have no idea where I decided was a good place to put something like that. So that having been said, I'll have to look for that later. Hello, Misko. Thank you for the hugs. We're prepping up the hand. Also, dextrose. I've been doing a lot more airbrushing than I normally do, and so that taxes these two on this hand because it's not used to all the airbrushing. What? You just think it's a reason for what? For Captain to justify the use of wax strips on air? What? Pretty good. Misko. So one of the things about kinesiology tape, if you have joint problems, I can't recommend it enough. Don't buy the cheap shit. I'll tell you that straight up. You gotta buy the brand names. There is a total difference. The other thing is that, right. The other thing that is you definitely need to have somebody that's a physical therapist, or go online and do your research, because there's a difference between putting it on to support. So there's support, there's circulation, there's strengthening and circulation, there's inflammation. There's different ways to put it on for different reasons. And so you got to know the difference. Otherwise, you actually could end up really exacerbating. Like if you have an injury and then you put your tape on and it feels like it's supporting it, but you've put it on in a position and at a stretch factor. So the designs that are on it, do you guys see that? Those are designed to stretch, and then the stretch on the hexagon determines the percentile of pressure that you're putting on it. Now, once you get used to it, you don't have, like, I bought this one because it was on sale and it's the brand name. So there's different there's Kinesiology Original, there's Flex U, there's Rock Tape. Oh God, look out Rock Tape. Look out Rock Tape. Rock Tape, if you don't be careful, so it'll last the longest. Like, it's sweat proof and everything. But if you don't be careful, like if you don't warm it up when you're peeling it off or soak it in water, it'll take skin with it. It's like waxing. Yeah, so, oh, you know what, that's better. I should have put this on days ago. That's better already. Because, so when you put it on, it actually, so it's sticking to your skin and it lifts the fascia away from the injured area, and it allows circulation into that's why you got to learn how to put it on. So I recommend it. I really do. It's been the best thing ever for all of it, everything. There was a time when the whole front of my body was taped with it. Literally, the whole front of my stomach. I have pictures of me in Hawaii in my bathing suit, and the whole front of my stomach is covered in different colors of this, and it was all over my back. Yeah, it does look like pink lizard skin. It does. So, I recommend it. It's just that I really, really want people to do their research on it, because you can do it wrong and then you'll end up cutting off the circulation. Or if you've got an injury, and you put it on for strengthening, you'll cause the injury to be worse. Hands, no like go in gloves today? Okay. Probably. Yes. So dextrose, just in general, I just know this from experience. So I had a couple of different therapists teach me about it, as well as got online and did deep research on it. And that really was from taping my knee incorrectly and then going back into the therapy office and saying, well, this crap doesn't work. And, she asked me, well, is that how you put it on? And I said, yeah. And she goes, well, you put it on for strengthening, and you have an injury on your knee, and it needs to heal before you strengthen it. So if you don't put it on right. And then there was a person that came in that had an elbow injury that came into the same clinic about a week later, and their whole forearm was all swollen up and their fingers were like blue looking, and they had the tape on, and they put it on and they cut off the circulation in the veinage area right here because of the way they put it on. So you need to make sure you put it on right. But you can put it pretty much anywhere that joints have problems or injuries. It's amazing how much it helps. Yep, if it's done properly. That is, I know, right? So I had it when I had when the spine thing was completely out of whack and my knees gave out. Like I couldn't go upstairs and stuff. I had to crawl. And so I put it was all on the front of my knees. Yep, I got it. Hello, Froggenstein. How you doing? I'm putting a little bit of support on my hands here in the morning and running really late. The dog had some things, and there was that. So what we're going to do today is probably jump in the airbrush booth for a little bit, but one of the things we're going to do, because somebody asked about it, maybe they'll come back, we are going to get out one of our little guys. So I still have some more of the scarabs to paint. And I am going to paint one of these little fellows with matte black primer because they wanted to see what the outcome was of the going over the shiny. I've got a guy that's shiny, or going over the matte. And I didn't have a guy that was primered in matte. This guy is done, by the way. I finished this one. After we got off stream, I put the last little touches on him. He has a couple of dents that might need a little black in them, but as you can see, hand painting it on, it really came out just great. Yeah, somebody popped in and said, "Hey, does it really go on the shiny better than the matte?" And I was like, "Huh, you know what?" Right? Because I mean, I've always used matte, and I had no trouble with. I mean, but I have such a different system of putting it on, so I was just going to do a plain old airbrush it, because that's what it recommends, number one. And then we have to. This one here was airbrush, but then I came in with really thin colors. I gave him a little texture to his metal. Do you notice the texture in the metal? I gave a little texture to the metal by stippling. That was stippling to get the metal kind of looking like it is hammered a little bit. So a little bit. See that? Right? That was stippling under the paint. So first the primer, then the first coat, couple coats of the color shift, and then I used the pink glow to create the stipples underneath, and then painted back over it. So the glow turned out like that. That's actually hand painting the glow on. And then I stippled a little bit also of white ink in there underneath the paint, just to get a little bit of texture to the paint. Thank you very much. Thank you, Blade Mark. I actually purchased everything by Green Stuff World recently. They are one of our new sponsors, sponsorships, and I was pretty excited about it, and I wanted to try everything. Yeah, this is true, Froggenstein. This is true. Hang on, guys. I can't stand the end of the glove to be weird like that, so I gotta like fix it. But that is that's the Green Stuff World. So let's see. I had these little guys, but wait. Oh, and then there was these blade marks. So I did. I got these done, and this is with that's Green Stuff World Fluor. I think it's called Fluor Glow. The glow and the glowy paint they have, and then that's their green color shift. And then I showed everybody, and a little bit of their purple. They have a clear. Is it an ink? Do they call that an ink? What do they call that? Hold on. Let me see what they call that, Blade Mark. That is called. Oh, it is. It's the candy ink. A little bit of candy ink. So I used a little bit of their, on these are the green with some, it is a color shift that is purple and green. And we put in some candy some intensity ink that is green on these guys. And so it kind of got a little bit of a different color than the other one. The other one's got the black. And then this one, actually that's the green color shift with purple ink added on the outside. Then this one is the purple and green color shift with one of their black inks added. Still using the glow. So, and those three are done. We've got some more to do. And then I wanted to get, actually, I don't really think this guy's with the shiny, but here's one of these. I'm going to get a smaller guy to base with the matte, because I don't think it'll be fair to compare, like, look, this one's, oops, sorry guys, sorry. I don't think it'll be fair to compare such a large item to a small item in how the color shift will work, because it does change its personality depending on the area you're covering. So I need to find something small that that's a Necron, and I've got more of them, to be able to do that. I think it would only be fair if they were the same shape and similar structure. So if you get a very tight bend, like this little guy has a very tight bend, see that bend, right? Look at the beautiful, beautiful reflection you get, right? Now, if you have something with a massive area and it doesn't have a bend anywhere, like right there visually, the part that you've painted that is flat does not have the same effect as when it goes around the corners. So it's designed for, because the light is coming at that at an angle. So that's where you get that shift from, or picking it up and putting it in the light and letting the light hit a flat area like that. But it really gives you the shift at the curves. That's just the way it's designed. We used to paint cars with this paint called chameleon paint. It was a powder, and we had to custom mix it for the cars. And same thing, like right on the fender where it rolls over, when you roll up to a light, that's where you get like this crazy intense rainbow effect, you know, or the sides, like when the sun's coming down in the middle of the day and it's hitting the paint like that, you know, or the door kind of comes out and it's hitting it at that angle. That's where you get that premium color shift because of the angle of the light. Let me see. Okay, so their fluorescent is fabulous. So the two I like right now that I really like are the Cuttlefish and the Green Stuff World of the fluorescent paints. Wow, you can do that, Froggenstein? That's some serious multitasking, my friend. That's some serious multitasking. So Blade Mark, I really mix the paints good. Almost all fluorescent paints will do that. Really badly, they also are kind of sticky. It just seems to be the characteristic of working with the Day Glow, otherwise referred to as fluorescent, but it's a Day Glow paint. And working with that pigment, it's a powdered pigment, and I'm of the opinion that the reason they're more sticky is because the powder that is the pigment causes that, because unlike other paints, you have to maintain a certain amount of pigment sediment size in the pigment on that to get that Day Glow effect. Otherwise, it kind of becomes more muted. So the smoothest that I've ever used is Reaper, but if I show you the Reaper right next to these other ones, I'm sure you'll see the difference. And I think it has to do with the size of the particulates in the Day Glow paint. But then I've bought some like off brands that are full of a lot of sediment that makes them kind of thick and, again, gooey. Yeah, exactly. Right. And Scooter, so that's a great choice of something to paint it with. Scooter painted the Keeper of Secrets cloak. A cloak's a really good choice because you get all that, whoo, you know, those ripples and movements, things like that, you know. Very small areas with tight shadows are not going to give you the same effect because you kind of don't have the space for the light. You can do, like, you know, say small bug eyes or something like that, but you want to do a lot of thin layers, you know, kind of build it up to be able to get the effect, because you do have to have a certain amount of space and a certain amount of light for it to happen for you. So I have not found that problem with my Blade Mark, but like I said, when I got them, I really mixed them good. Across the board though, all the fluorescent colors, I find that if they're not mixed well, you get that problem. What I can tell you is that the carrier that's being used in the Cuttlefish and the Green Stuff World, whatever their medium, the medium that the pigments are mixed into is, really works for it. Like, did you notice using them, Blade Mark? Oh, wait, yeah, the fluorescent colors. Everybody, did you notice? Misko, don't lick the Necrons. That they dry really quickly? Like the end of your brush will get goopy, or they dry on your palette super fast. Have you guys noticed that? So that again has to do with that. I'm pretty sure that the pigment has a lot of what I'd like to use as a term is absorption factor. So you can put a small amount of it into your medium and it'll almost swell, because I've used the powders before, and then you get this like goop. So you got to thin it out. But then the problem with that is, right, you don't get the saturation of color that you want. So you have to choose between one and the other. So one thing about fluorescence I can tell you guys, like, definitely, when you're using a fluorescent, you want to mix it completely thoroughly. You want one with a really slippery medium. Using a little bit of paint retarder helps massively, which reminds me, let me grab my new paint retarder, you guys, hang tight. I have a nice big fat bottle of it. It didn't come downstairs. I'll be right back, hang on. So in working with the fluorescence, what I want to tell you that is really important is I recommend many thin layers. Now, as if you haven't heard that about like every paint you use, the thing is that if you do that with the fluorescence, I think that you get better depth. This is a little thicker than what I'm used to using, so we'll have to see about this. Okay, we'll have to see. I'm gonna thin it to.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Plain distilled water. I'm just gonna thin. This is the golden. It's the only other one besides the badger. And I have to make a big badger order, so I didn't want to just order. I didn't want to just order a little bit of paint retarder and nothing else. So I got to make a big order from. I know, and I missed their sale. Totally missed their sale, you guys. Anybody else miss the sale? What are you doing in here? Green Art of Colors. How are you, my friend? How are things out there? How's vacation going? Hello, Karu. Welcome aboard. All right, we're gonna. So I'm still gonna use the same amount. I do not actually know what will come of this because I haven't used this one in a minute, but we're cool. What I do know is that I can trust it to not be gooey and slow things down. It might just slow things down a little more than what I'm used to, but that's not like a terrible thing. It may not take as much of this one. So what I was going to say is, if you're going to be using these fluorescents, Green Stuff World has the Fluors, either one of those. Maybe they have the best, just the smoothest carrier in them. And my thought on that is a little bit of paint retarder, and you can slow it down and keep it from drying as quickly. If you're trying to, like, if you ever sat down and tried to like wet blend, say, neon colors or fluorescent colors, it's a little bit more of a challenge because they dry really quickly, and so you can't get the movement that you need there in the between the colors because you got to blend them. So a little bit of paint retarder added to them, and you can slow down that factor that causes them to dry so quickly. But when I say little, I do mean little. How are you doing this fine day, Dave? I didn't actually expect you this morning. We are looking for, I think that those two, my thinking is the two, if you remember I had two, what are those guys called? Like a scorpion, wraith, the wraiths. Let me grab those. I think either that or I've got some whole bodies. They're just so little. They're so little for people to see. Let me see if I can find those wraiths. We set the box back. Yeah. Oh my God, I put something back? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. We do. I do. I have two wraiths. I have 2 wraiths. So we can 100% do that with these guys. What are you up to today, Pascal? What are you painting? I'm guessing you're not paint. Do you paint on your vacation green art of colors? Oh, okay, okay. I am also going to put the primer on by hand. See, let me get the shiny and the matte. Okay. We got to get our little alcohol ordeal happening. So this was, somebody popped in and asked this question. So what we're going to do is, and here's a really good color. We're going to use the Borealis green because it's pigmented, like it's really green. Or do they have something more purple? Yeah, let's do this one because it is, this one's one of those that you got to really, some colors that are color shifts require more prepping more properly than others. Some are extremely forgiving that you may not be doing exactly what it says. Others, not so much. Okay, so let us put out a little bit of the primers here. Let me get these 2 cups here. There we go. That'll be our primer cups. Ooh, scenery. Oh, yeah, I can only imagine. I know. Sometimes I find the, oops, can't do that. Sometimes I find this is the gloss. The other thing on your gloss primer, yeah, you got to shake it really, really good. Seems like the mattes mix a little better, a little quicker. But I like the change of pace between the basing and the painting the physical model. I'd have to agree. Kind of a nice change of pace. All right, let's see if that's a little better. Get us a little bit of, actually, I probably better separate them now that I'm thinking about this because we want to make sure we get gloss on the gloss, and I'm going to put the gloss over by that cup, and we're going to put the matte. Good morning, Bobcat. Hello, Ishan. We're going to put the matte over here closest to us. Matte is my friend. Okay. Matte is my friend. And let's move all these back away. Out of my way here. Doing a little bit better about that. A little bit. Not much, but you know, one step at a time, right? Okay. And then we'll put this back over here. And we've got these 2 guys here. I'm also going to need the white for those because we definitely on these, well, unless I wanted to do like a color shift ball, but chances are no, that's probably going to be a glow. Like it is on all the rest of them. Oh, it's not a base. Ooh, oh, for Warhammer. Oh, you know what I really enjoyed, Pascal, was this little piece of rock and whatnot, right? I really just was like, oh, that's so relaxing. Oh, well, you know, yeah, it is, but it'll make you really, really super good at black too, won't it? Practice, practice, right? Yeah, I did. It was so silly. I was sitting there going, oh, I wish I had more of these to paint, right? Because this is really, but I mean, it's, you know, it's not anything special. It's just a little, but I painted it the opposite color of him, and then I was kind of like, oh, I sort of like that. Originally, it was going to be more based that color, and then I kind of liked it, and I was like, oh, you know what, that'll work. It's a game piece. Yeah, I can imagine. I know, I actually think sometimes that the tedious is extremely thought-provoking, I think would be a good word for it. I don't necessarily like to do it on stream, though. Oh, I was wondering, because I thought you were on vacation, what you were still doing in your studio, because I thought you went on vacation, but then I figured you might be busy because you didn't answer. So you're busy. All right. So since we've got on the palette, the gloss is on the right and the matte is next to me, I am going to paint the right one with the gloss. Oops. But first, we're going to do our little ritual. Do our little ritual. And counting, Dave, and counting. And then we're going to actually see, now you'll be able to compare these side by side. This might be a good experience for all of us. Is like, do I really, I mean, for me, actually what worked out really good is that I don't really use the black gloss primer hardly ever. So to know that I can use it for the color shift paint really gives it a place in the studio. Ah, so you got to wrap up all your work before you leave the studio then. Did you guys hear that we, our Green Art of Colors is going on vacation? Well, he's kind of not in the shop as much during the summer, so we might not be seeing him for the summer. Well, for this portion of the summer. Pre-primered. As in, like, I've been here already. Okay, let's just see. They look like plain plastic. But here's the good news. I wondered why it was kind of like, I thought they were really dirty. Okay, so that's okay. Something I'm now going to show you, which we weren't going to do this today, but let's just say you primer something, a color, and you don't want it that color. This is 91% rubbing alcohol. And it literally, you can scrub it off. Or you did a bad job priming. I mean, it happens in the beginning phases. You can stick it in an alcohol bath. That's why you don't want to splatter your alcohol all over, all over your painted miniatures if they're on your desk. And what would that be, Karu? Yes, I do. I find that I have a lot of think time when it's tedious. You know, especially if it's repetitious. Like, you know, I kind of have learned to enjoy painting with all those little lines that become like the feathering, glazing, layering. Now, if you have something that, you know, you need it to be smooth, you're definitely going to want to get all that old primer off. I have, in the beginning phases, I actually found this out because I have, on several occasions in the beginning, primered a miniature and then not got the primer as smooth as I wanted. I'm a pretty big stickler about getting my primer smooth. Yeah, exactly. I think the same thing, Pascal. I really does, especially if I'm like playing music in the background and it's just, I don't really like to stream the tedious because I find that I get very lost in it. If it's not, if I'm really doing something like highly detail oriented and it's lots and lots, you got to do it over. I get lost in it and then I just tend to be like, nothing. Yes, you most certainly may. Let's hope it's Dee Dee's. Maybe you found Dee Dee's link. Is that Dee Dee? Is that Dee Dee Dave that does the purple and white crazy freehand? That's all the tiny little geometric designs. Oh yeah. That, I am fairly certain that I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, on this guy, I don't know why my follow wasn't working. This, I will show you. I don't know if I can copy paste. I don't know if I can copy paste. I have this model. Hang on. Let me look if I can find. I am of the belief that this person is where I ended up following, but then for some reason after a certain number of months, if I don't go in there, okay, let me show you. I don't know if it'll let me paste. It might not let me paste. So if it doesn't, it will let me copy, but it usually doesn't let me paste in chat. It doesn't. So what I will do is, I should have Discord up over here. What? Okay. Don't switch. Let me go. Dave is out there. Hatter's out there. Let me see. There, Hatter's already on a recent message. Hatter, will you do me a favor? Can you copy paste this for me, hon? This is the one that I saw of his work. Was the thing that just really intrigued me. I got to admit, the jewel work is amazing. His jewel work. Oh, is it? Yeah. For me personally, I'm just not. When it gets tedious, I just clam up and I don't answer questions and I don't notice the chat and I mean the only reason that it works with the dog is because she'll come and nag me. There, check that one out, you guys. That's how I stumbled across that fellow. But his jewel work is really, really impressive. All right, so that looks really good. Set those aside. I had to take all the primer off, so that's really boring, but better than lumpy, unless you want it. And if you want to make, like if you want first primer smooth, but say you want to make something, have like that hammered effect, so you can take an old scrubby brush like this one, okay? All right, see how it's kind of flared out at the end? Right, and then you can you can use like Liquitex thick paste, the matte paste, and you can create, but you have to be careful when you're using something that is that consistency, because it can make little rises. And then, but the nice thing about it is that it stands up to a little bit of sanding. So if you had an area you wanted to make kind of like hammered or dented up, right, you can stipple it with that and then leave it, and then it'll hold up to a little bit of sanding. You can also use different textures of paint to get it. And then if you're really good, you can get a little palette knife with a tip like that, right? And then you've got, of course, the backside's got to be really smooth. And you can smear it and knock all the tops down and make it's really cool, and make it flat. But you want a little area to work on. Yes, proper consistency is key, Dark Side. Thank you so much for that follow, Fragilities. We're getting ready here to do a little experiment with our Green Stuff World Color Shift paint. But yeah, just stippling will create a texture for you. If you wanted to make, it'll work for like hammered metal. It'll work for really rough, Like, let's say you were painting a guy's arm and you wanted him to look like he had been burned. You can take and stipple that area with, now the paints that I find work, usually what I will use is like a paste, and you want it to be a little bit on the quick drying or almost, I don't want to say gooey, because gooey is probably not what you're looking for. Paste has a tendency to kind of, you want it to stick to the brush as you pull away so that you can get that rough effect. So it works really good for weird skin on creatures, burns, hammered metal, different things like that on a small scale. Sometimes I just sit and play in my paints. You know, I realized that, like, when I got my big box from Cephalopod Studios, that we sat around and fucked in that paint, like everybody that came in it for 7 hours. 100 paints, 7 hours. I didn't even open 100 paints. But I'd like to create a medium for that. So what I was going to say is just make sure you primer first, like a nice smooth, making sure it's all consistent. Then pick your areas and then build it. So you don't want to build it directly on the plastic because you need your primer. Now, if you're using, okay, the exception to that rule, if you're using Mod Podge and you are using their paste, which they make one, a matte paste, it is pretty much, I don't even know, man, like an industrial strength glue or something. So you probably don't have to primer in that case. Oh, Karu, they are designed for glazing. I am enjoying the living heck out of them. I am loving them. We're doing gloss on the right, okay? Because the little gloss bucket is on the right over here. So we're gonna make the right guy is gonna be the gloss, and the left guy is gonna be the matte. This is not terribly technical, but in priming with a brush, I highly recommend, not this one, I highly recommend a fairly soft brush that you can smooth your brush strokes out of. And smooth your brush stroke. Those, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, okay? Oh, that's a good baby. I like flat. If I got a lot of area like this, I like me a good flat for it, okay? Let's get a good focus. There we go. I'm gonna do the middle of those with the white. So first things first. Oh, we probably better put that over here. I see. Oh, yeah, I see that coming. One step ahead of myself. Yes, Karu. Now, here's the thing, Karu. I have a lot of paints. Hello, King Bashman. Oh, yeah. Mod Podge has so many uses in this industry that it is industrial strength. I swear. I have a bucket of Mod Podge, I think. Like, I bought a big old bucket and I was going to do all this decoupaging with it, right? And I never got around to that. I've had that for like, shoot, 8, 10 years. I don't know. Something like that. And it's still good. Still good. All right. So we're going to come in here and lay down a nice layer of primer. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to get into all the recesses with it, okay? And in doing that, that's why you don't want to use your good brush, okay? Because you're gonna shove your primer into all the places your primer needs to be. Now, you most assuredly, at least I find, okay? I want you guys to always remember, my way, it's not my way or the highway, all right? This is what I have found to be successful when I am doing things. So that's what I share with you. I'm not necessarily sharing with you the only way to do it. And anybody that ever tells you that, you know what? I don't know what to think about that, other than I would question that theory. Okay, but I do kind of spend some time, especially with prep. So understand, being in the automotive industry, I'll be honest with you, prep, like, that's where the whole perfection starts. Bad prep, bad outcome, period. Period. You can do the best prep in the world and then, you know, get a crappy paint job, okay? But you cannot get a good paint job if your prep guy isn't on top of it. I swear to you, there is nothing they can do if you fug that up. There's no amount. You could be the sexiest, most badass car painter on planet Earth, and if your prep guy is screwy and doesn't know what they're doing, your paint turns out looking like shit. Period. That's why those of us that are good prep guys were really, really coveted. You know what the sad part is? We don't make near the money that the painters do. I'm a good prep guy. I'm a really good prep guy. All right, so in doing this, we're going to get all the areas that we're not doing with the white, and I'm not worrying too much about touching it right there at this particular point in time, okay? Main thing is I get a nice smooth layer the first round. It's not covering, it's applied with a brush, so that's the glossy guy. Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So the deal is that, first of all, they're glazing paints. Secondly, if you don't want to mix colors, 100%. I think there's so many colors that they've combined to get these shades. That's what I want to use. So they start from a family of hues, okay? And then they created all these shades. So I think for somebody that doesn't want to do a lot of mixing and you like glazing, or you want to learn to glaze, if you want to learn to glaze, oh yeah, 100%. If you don't want to learn from the mixing standpoint of glazing, absolutely. They have a lot of good colors and variables in their shades. It's really interesting. It really is. And they're whites, but I do feel 100%, I feel like it was worth the price of admission. For me, Karu, it kind of happened by accident. I didn't get around to making my order, and a month went by. And and Dave was reminding me, and Wavy was reminding me, and I didn't get around to making my order. And I asked Geek, I said, hey Geek, would do me a favor, I've got to test those paints. Because the last time Dave recommended a paint to me, it was Chimera, and it took a long time to get it. And man, I wish I'd had that on my desk the last year of my life. It has changed my paint game right now. So I asked Geek to go in there and get me a pack of those paints. Well, he didn't know what he was buying. So he didn't know what pack to buy. So he's like, well, the full Monty's a pack. So I asked him later, hey, did you get in there and get those cephalopod paints? And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, which pack did you decide on? And he goes, the full Monty. And I'm like, what is that? And he goes, everything they make. And I'm like, well, shit. But I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't. Because then when I looked at the packs, I was like, oh, okay. I'm putting together a list as we speak that if you're going to go buy paints from them, the colors that absolutely are going to be like your first choice if you didn't want to buy them all. Yeah, Dave has quite a lot of paints. So, but and also it wasn't just
Welcome aboard the Black
It wasn't
Pearl.
just Dave. It was a couple of other really accomplished painters that recommended the Chimera to me as well. And then when I sat down and started working with Samini, he said that once I got them, it would completely change my life. And I was like, really? And he goes, yep. And he goes, your friend is right. You're going to, because Dave didn't say, oh, I recommend these. They're really good paints. I super like them. He said that I was going to like them. He said, they are 100% the paint that I'm looking for. I'm going to love working with them. And he told me that even if I bought nothing else from them, that because I painted in oils in my past, that if I bought nothing else, Dave said, you want their white and you want their magenta. And I was like, okay. Oh, were they the Martha Stewarts? So like if I recommend to anybody a pearlized paint that's the craft brand, Martha Stewart. Well, King Bashman, and then there's that. And then there's that. Okay, So then by that time, so now we've got like one, whoops, let's just move over here a little bit there. So we've got one that's coming out a little more shiny and one that's got the matte. So we'll come back in here and then we'll get back our little shiny bucket. I even made them different sizes because I was afraid I would end up. Your second layer is really going to be the one that covers everything up and gets it where you want it to be. Now, I don't worry on my second layer as much about getting in all those little recesses. Okay. The other thing too, if you're painting by chance, if you happen to be priming with a brush, not only do you want a soft brush, but don't scrub. Okay? Don't scrub. If you scrub, then inevitably you're going to end up scrub it. Your primer hasn't had chance, if you're coming right back like this, it hasn't had a chance to thoroughly cure. And so if you be scrubbing that, then you might just go ahead and scrub your first layer right off, and that's just going to be a hassle. I don't recommend this method if you are doing a competition piece. This method comes in super handy if you're on the road. In Dave's case, like, you know, he had to wait for everything to happen with his house so he could get back in his studio. Maybe you're on the road and you want to do a little painting. And you can't take your airbrush with you, but I would not recommend it for like competition pieces, busts, stuff like that. Oh, large areas. I wouldn't really recommend it for a large area because, you know, getting it nice and perfectly smooth with no brush strokes can be a little bit of a challenge. If you're doing a large area and you want to do it with a sponge and stipple it and get texture, awesome. Maybe you're painting trees. Perfect. But I wouldn't recommend getting in here and be doing like a competition level bust and be like, oh, yeah. Probably won't come out the way you want it. Okay, glossy. It was a less expensive brand. Yeah, I actually kind of like the Martha Stewart craft paints. They seem to be pretty well pigmented. Actually, you know what? There's a brand that I actually use in my studio, Karu, by Deco. Wait, yeah? But it's their higher end one. It's called Media Paint. Media. I want to say it's made by Deco Art. I could be wrong on that, but they make an interference paint that honestly it's very well pigmented, and they did a good job. And I like it. I do. I like it. It is a liquid. Acrylic. That's the word I'm looking for. Hello, Omni. How are you doing? Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls. Gotcha. One of my favorite songs by the Pussycat Dolls. The memories of that song. All right, now we're going to do that. And then I've got a shiny guy here. This guy, though, he got some of his paint on him, but he didn't get his little white striations. So in doing that, we've got this little cup of, this is white primer, very matte white, or white primer is usually very matte. So a very matte, yes, boy, didn't get my second cup of coffee. Where's my energy drink? I can't speak a. Yes, Omni, painting a little bit. So I got a big guy primed and ready to go here. And we did some Beetles. We're using Green Stuff World color shift, and I'm loving it. So being from the automotive, thank you very much, Scooter. Being from the automotive industry, I'm really critical about color shift paints, like super critical. They are really operating on a very high level. So I'm really also liking brush application with them. So there's a really interesting thing about brush application. So I'm gonna try some metallic rubbing with these bad boys, you guys, because OMG, when I apply with brush, it's so freaking shiny. It's like, holy shit. When I apply with the airbrush, not as shiny. Still really good, but damn, I applied by hand. I was like, what the? See, because I went over this one and I applied by hand. Look at this. Look, I have not added the gloss to it. Right? But I'm going to do some metallic rubbing. That's what we're going to do and see what happens. Yeah, I know, Omni, but you know what? It was really worth the wait, mate. It really was. It took about a week for me to get mine, and it was a pretty decent sized box. But I'm gonna have to keep on top of it so that I don't end up going without. I feel like I'm gonna need like another bottle of the green, for example. So we're gonna take these guys, and these guys actually are getting their green, they're getting their color shift paint hand painted. Right now what I have to do is get their little louvers that have a little glow over here. So without that, it just kind of didn't work. You'll notice how well it came out on this guy here. This guy. That's using their Omni. This is using they have the candy inks. I use that for the see-through glow. I stippled the glow instead of airbrushing it. So normally what I do is this, right? That's airbrushing it. On this one, I wanted to see like what would it look like if I stippled it a little bit. So I stippled the glow on this one. I used the candy inks over the white. I'm sorry. I use the Fluor. No, I use the candy. That's the candy. Candy magenta. What's Brexit? So about the glow, you guys, when I'm making these little the little underglows, I always use either a really matte white or just plain white primer. I find that the white primer is probably my favorite because it has such good, very, very matte. I'm using the one, of course, by Badger Steinel Res, and even if you guys had like a small bottle of this on your desk just for underglows, you should have it. Really, it's definitely a way up there on my list of the things that I use that I absolutely love. And with my underglows, I always have that little bit of my little breakaway points. We'll come in here with a little bit of candied ink. I believe this is the candy ink that we've got in here. I was really glad I got the candy colors. There we go. So just a little bit here for his. If you wanted there to be a center to his ball, you could go in there and add a little bit of white to that. Usually I spray that in because you get that nice, notice how nice that glow is, like how it just kind of it comes out from the ball. With the airbrush, I like the way it does that. You know, you get that smooth, velvety transition. Hello, Squid Knacker. How you doing, mate? Now we need to make sure this guy's got his too. I tried to make a green one on the pink guy, and I just didn't like the outcome of it. Hold on, I got to cut away a straggler. Diomedes had asked me to do a tutorial on correcting your brush when the tip gets crazy, and you know I still have not done that for him. I actually it's Very, very tedious. It kind of got a little bit of white, which is okay. And I'd like to show you how to do this glow effect that I did on this little guy that's done by hand without an airbrush. Now you can pop into your airbrush booth and do it if you want to, but I think one of the biggest keys is getting those little places that you need to have the white, the little areas that have that little bit of extra glow, so that you can kind of break up the monotony of it just being consistent. I find that is where I look at it a lot of times and I'm like, oh, why don't I like that glow? And it's usually just because it's too consistent for me. That's just a personal thing, like I said. So I get these little places like that. Let me show you up close. It's because it's really kind of sloppy, actually. Right? I just get these little areas with some white. And that's where my glow starts. Now we've got to paint these white. Wait, what's not in the UK? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. No, Blade Mark said it right. This is where the UK left the, oh, okay. 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 I understand that part, Blade Mark. I understand that part. Okay. And then, yeah, here it is. I was like, I know I've got that soap. Working on a local person now with the brush cleaner, you guys. That is one of the things also to know about sorry guys, about your primer on your good brushes. All right, primer is designed to dry quickly and stick, right? So be careful. Like I just used one of my good brushes in my primer. It might not, and you definitely, I mean, if you ever practice that just the tip thing, when you are using primer or varnish, if it gets up to the ferrule, yeah, you're done. It likes to stick in there really bad. See, I shouldn't have used this one. I'm gonna have to run it through the really powerful cleaner. So I usually use the ugly brushes. They're made out of some sort of synthetic, I think, that's just like indestructible. They don't hold a tip very good. But boy, I tell you what, they last a long time. So, all right, now we're gonna take this white and then we're gonna create the back glow on all of these guys. And I just kind of am gonna paint like all inside of here. And maybe not all the way up to the, oh, here it comes. Told you it would be down here. Yeah, I left the stairs open for you. Feeling better? Got some anti-inflammatory in you there, little lady. Okay, don't bring it all the way up. Notice, right? I don't want to start trying to divide the black from the white right now on that little edge. I'll come up with that with the side of a brush to create a little bit of edge highlighting for my glow later. The other thing I can do is hit it with a little mist from the airbrush, and that'll give me the really pretty glow that I'm looking for. But what I want to do first is get something in here so it doesn't look lonely while we're painting the color shift on. But in a pinch, right? You can totally do this while you're on the road. And just primer stuff up. I mean, I have a whole, Geek has a whole army, little, I should say troop of Necrons that were painted in a hotel. Because when we were moving, he had to go to a specific area to report for the new job, training. and we were there for a little bit, and then we moved from there and kind of to the next location. But there was one location where we were in for like 2 or 3 weeks, cooped in a hotel. Well, I mean, I didn't have to be, but the weather wasn't, the most beautiful. And I painted every day. It was glorious. I loved it. Well, hello, Juan Jose. How are you? Wow, long time no see. How are you doing, mate? How are things? I haven't seen you in a minute. What are you doing, Hammy? Are you getting comfy on the couch? Yeah? So then those guys. And then let me see if I can get this activated here for you guys. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was my broader synthetic. Where is she? There she is. She's a very specific personality. So it's a round. It's mostly dry when I use it. I just put the very tip of it into the paint. It looks a little like that, but I make sure before I start that I'm going to get a nice little stippled pattern. See, this is correct. This would be incorrect. You want to make sure you take off enough paint to where you're getting this effect over here. And when you do this, you are really only just touching the very tip of the brush. Don't get excited and just like cover all the area with white. You can always go back and layer. Keep that in mind. It's better to layer than it is to try to get that all in there at one time. Yeah. So you get a little bit of, I can show you that close up if you want to see it. Haven't seen much of you lately, Juan. What you been doing? Okay. I'll show you up close so you can kind of see what that looks like. And that's how I got this. Which I ended up really, really liking. Now, you don't want to use a good brush, right? Ugly brushes are your friend. So in order to get that pattern, you will need a brush with a little bit of throw to it. Okay? And the head, there's no point. It's round. Generally, it's a brush you've worn out that works really good, but it does have to be a brush that has enough body that it can actually create that rounded tip. You can find them if you go look, and you are using the tip, so don't expect that brush. It'll do base coats, it'll do blocking in, it'll do sketching great. This brush, I've had this brush since I started painting miniatures 3 years ago. And it really is a very dependable brush. So you're saying that it is work that has kept us apart, Juan Jose. Let me just check that the dog is not eating her own feet and turn the fan on. you need to drink. Gotta stay hydrated. Well, Geek's been doing a really good job changing her water over there, and our air filter is working magnificently, you guys. Oh, you got a little break? Oh, that's nice to know. That's nice to know. All right, usually these guys will need another coat in the white, but we're gonna, well, yeah, we're gonna do that in the airbrush booth so that we can get the kind of smooth. I want to get the smooth transition like these. Well, actually, these are the ones that have the purple, so this is a bad example. They're the reverse glow, right? So I want it more like my green one. I have a green. Geek has a green one that has a better glow system on it. Now let's see, that guy's done. So we've got these little guys here. And one of the things I did with these guys to get the really, really intense glow right there was I use the fluorescent. Now, one of the really cool things about the fluorescent paint is if you mix a little, and I do mean a little bit of white ink into your fluorescent paint, it will actually increase the volume of the fluorescent appearance of the paint. So it will make it even more intense. And then if you want to go back over it with a clear layer of the fluorescent paint, you get a much more fluorescent look to it. Also, a lot of these glow in black lights. I'm actually getting a black light set up. You guys are going to love it for the new studio, is getting black lights so that we can look at different paints in black lights. Now, once we get this guy down, you know, he's all kind of dialed in. These little fellows are, oh, I guess he needs his, yeah, he didn't even get his. Well, you know what we can do? We'll do one with an airbrush, and we'll do one with the stippled by hand, which would mean this guy is actually going to need his paint. He's going to need to have his color shift paint put on him. And this guy is shiny, and the color that I'm using for this is the Psychotic Illusions. Yes, so right behind, we've been working on building a studio behind me. This is actually the temporary studio. We've been working on the studio behind me for a year. This is the temporary studio that I'm in. It's all the same equipment from the last studio. This one is green with magenta accents. Oh, right on, Blade Mark. Well, yeah, your day is actually way ahead of mine. In applying the color shifts, I don't worry too much about a perfect brush, but more getting a nice smooth coat. It's a really tiny guy. Hold on. I'm going to help you out here. Yeah, so I worry more about the smooth coat than anything else. So whatever brush I can find that I really trust the coat. The other thing is that when I do the glow, I kind of go back in and I will apply a little bit of paint over the glow in some areas, because doesn't it make sense that the glow would be having the paint in it because it's on the paint? So not very thick, but a little bit in some areas so that it looks like the glow is over the paint. His paint. And mind you, now we're just putting this on in thin layers by hand. Painted over white This one is actually kind of pink, so it's sort of cool. If a little bit of it gets around your glow area and it gets a little white, it actually looks really neat because it turns the kind of magenta color that's in it. So these little areas that have like a little glow right here on his body, I like to get a little bit, it's thin, so it's going right over it, but when you look at it, it ends up looking like the glow is over the paint. Isn't that weird? That's because we're glazing. So when you glaze, the color that you put on over the color, you always get a vibration of the first color coming through. They dry really quickly. Most metallics do. One of the advantages, I think, to using a brush is that I can pick the pieces out and then I can leave other pieces. I mean, like if you're really, really good with an airbrush, you can probably get in here and pick the pieces out you want, but he's a pretty small guy, so. But then I can leave like a lot of his pieces with that flat, well, actually it's more of a satin because it is the shiny base coat, that primer. You want to move quickly, thin layers, and don't let it glob up or build up anywhere. Just keep that brush moving. You don't want to do a coat over anything that's not dry, or it will make sticky, gnarly tracks in it. Even more so than other paint does. Other paint kind of pulls up. This makes sticky. Hello, Agu. How are you doing? And I can get a really, really good, solid appearance from this. Applying quickly, thin layers. I think in some cases, if you're not careful with it, what I can tell you is that it will definitely dominate. So you'll end up with, you know, your whole thing looking all color shifty. I prefer to do the parts and pieces. Let's get underneath here. He's got a little area that's got some glow. I just taken the extra off actually on my gloves so that I don't get too much, and I know that my area is nice and thin. I mean, my paint is nice and thin on the area. That's what I meant to say. I just can't talk today at all, huh? Yeah. Well, Karu, you might consider going to I mean, if you're going to spend that kind of money, you might as well buy the full Monty. All right. So, do you notice how shiny that is? Like there is something about applying it with a brush that really, really makes it shiny. It's like it has a different personality. And the trick to getting the small areas to show up is trying really diligently not to allow the paint to get like too thick, keeping those layers nice and thin, and just layering it up, and then you'll get a little more effect from your small areas. I think this will make, you know, I really think the green one is going to make amazing bug eyes. I want to make some bug eyes with the green one. It's good. It's a good look. And you see, it's a nice separation between the primer and having areas painted with it rather than the whole thing. Well, I hope everything comes out positive. All of my blood work came out good. For the most part. Apparently, I need to hydrate more. Other than that, we're good. All right, so you can kind of see these guys really look good together. And then in the areas where you could leave it, the satin black, that's a primer, and then come in with it. I think that a little bit of a very solid state silver, just a plain metallic might work really good for these, unless you wanted to go with, like, you know, non-metallic metal. That's an option. But I am definitely ready to throw down with these for metallic rubbing, because they feel, as I'm using them, they feel the right consistency. I think that we're going to get our minds blown by that, but I'm going to save that for another time. I feel like a ring of white, like just bleeding a ring of white in there would be a really good idea. But we're going to set these guys aside, because what we're doing is we're just focusing on the glow. I think what I am going to do, though, so that we can compare them equivalently, is give this guy a go-over, painting the color by hand, because we do kind of want to compare them on a semi-equal level. The white may or may not, in the glow area, need to be done again when we do this, because one of the things that we are going to do is we're going to go over this area that has the glow. So you may lose some of the intensity. We have to see. I do feel like we'll have to go back in there and do it again. But I'd kind of like to get a visual on this where the guys are a little more similar. This one's got like a lot of matte, and the other one's got a lot of shiny. So by doing this by hand, we should be able to equalize the shiny a little bit, so that when we go into the booth and we throw on that glow, they're looking close. Oh, thank you very much, Agu, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are working on some glow effects and color shift paints. These are the color shift paints by Green Stuff World. I'm really, really loving this paint. It's so, again, coming back to my beliefs about glazing, you can use this by hand and glaze with it, and the effects are like stupendous. I'm just like, oh my gosh, they are blowing my mind. I'm getting ready, hopefully. I think what I'm going to do is a little Insta Live for you guys on the metallic rubbing. I don't know, maybe I'll just record it and then put it into the Patreon, because, you know, it was one of the very, very first things asked of me was my metallic rubbing in the Patreon. And so I think that's what I'm probably going to do, because you guys asked for that over and above everything. I was so honored, like even above bringing other people and everything. The consensus I got back is please do the metallic rubbing. So that, I think, will be a thing. We will do that. And I'm going to test it on these. They smell right. They feel right when I'm using them. So I think we're going to get some really good results from that. I mean, maybe we won't, but it really does. They do. They have that feel to them. And I really enjoy the medium. Like I said, they have a tendency, they are metallic. So like many metallics, without most I'd say that I've used, they dry pretty quickly. In comparison to like, other paint things, paint colors, paint types, that. Like ink dries really quickly. They don't dry as quickly as say like an ink. But yeah. All right. Now we're getting a little more consistency between these two. There. Now, not until after we come out of the airbrush booth, but what I'm going to tell you is the thing that really, if you really want this is me, guys, but what you do know about me is that my metallics sing. Like when you look at something I've done with metallic, it sings. It doesn't look like I covered it with glitter or any of that. Okay, so if you really want the word I use is vibration or sound, but it's actually visual, so it's not. So volume would be like the technical word, I think, that I would be looking for. But it's like this vibrance, this way that the miniature actually looks a little bigger in a way, not bigger, deeper, because of the values that I developed with metallics. Now, right now, we don't have that, okay? A little more on this one than we do on this one. What really nails that for me on metallics is where I go with the shadows. And I really use if it's a machine, a deep, dark, matte shadow. Sometimes I will take black primer and I will mix, or a really matte black, and I will mix a little bit of the complementary color. So like in this case, I would get a super, like a black brown. Like it's almost black. You can't really tell unless you get right up on it. But because these guys have that cold feel to them, if we were to put a black that is slightly, ever so slightly warm in the shadow and matte, you are using two types of texture. You're developing volume through both the texture, matte, and the color, warm, on a cold surface. So it makes it look deeper, and it's very much contrasted from the shiny, beautiful, metallic you got. And when you do that, it makes the parts that are metallic just stand out even more. It's like those cars that are all black and then they've got a chrome bumper and you're like, whoa, that's a really chrome. And it's not any more chrome than another car, but because it's on a black car, it really shows up. Well, hello, Pop. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I got your baby parked in the garage. Yes, I do. I have not opened it yet. Although, I think my glasses are dirty, you guys. God, how do I do that? How do I do that? I have to ask myself, like, what do I do that causes that? So Matt here, oh no. Uh-oh, hold on guys. I cannot, there it is. I cannot see, I cannot see. Matt here has me doing a tank, and oh my gosh, did he do some lovelies to that. So Geek was, no, I know touchy. I have had like the most, I'm telling you, it was like we had an avalanche, but it was an avalanche of shit. So I wanted to wait. Okay, it's not fair, Viking, if you do it when my back is turned and I can't see with my glasses. Thank you very much, Troll. Is there? Well, I'm really excited about that. I wanted to be in a really good receiving headspace. And everything just kind of blew up for about 4 days on this end. It was a little bit wacky. And when I got it, I just let you know that I had it. So we knew it was secure and in my hands. I sent that to you in the Discord. And then I left it because, yeah, life. Oh, and little purple things for Geek. But I want you to know that when Geek found out that you had assembled, he was pretty excited about that. He was. Let me see. We're going to go back and get Nephilims. I am so sorry. But you can't count it when I'm so... Wait a minute. How far... Wait. I missed your intro again. Hold on. Hold on. Good morning, by the way, Troll. Yeah, these guys are really working out. They're very fancy. So remembering that their companions are these guys, right? So I think I'm kind of getting the feel, right? No, I'm going back to see if you did or if you're just giving me a hard time. Okay, you are 100% giving me a hard time. I do not see you. Dave posted at 11:18. Dave popped in here. That was like 45 minutes ago. Hold on, I'm looking. Karu and Omni and Scooter. And Omni is spoiled on their shipping. And then there was a discussion about the UK. And then Juan Jose popped in. And then Karu was apologizing for being quiet. And then Quan was talking about how work had been kicking his butt. But now he has some time off. Blade Mark is finished with his day and he's on his way home to watch us. Agu popped in and had some blood drawn. And then they all hailed the hydrate. And then Green Art of Colors loves my metal glow. Thank you, Green Art of Colors. And then Pop Goes the Monkey popped in. And then Troll Painting popped in. And then you said, I missed your intro. Oh! Wait, are you serious? Okay, just before, oh, wait a minute. Hold on just a minute. Just before Pop Goes the Monkey said, hold on, I want to see that. I want to see if it's missing. Did you say Matt? You say Matt. Green, okay. So this is what I have on my screen. Just before he said that, Green Art of Colors loved my metal glow. Troll Painting popped in and said hi. Agu was complimenting the work. Karu, oh wait, is doing some shelves and drawers thing. It's not there. It is not there. And if it was that big of a paragraph, I wouldn't have missed it. And I'm double checking. So I've been doing pretty good on that. So yeah, nope. I see not. And that was actually quite a now mind you, Viking Nephilim tells bad dad jokes too. I let my female best friend sleep in my girlfriend's spot. Wait, I let her. Okay, I thought you said, okay. I let my female best friend sleep in my girlfriend's spot when she's not home. She doesn't leave often, but whenever I get the chance, my best friend sleeps in our giant king-size bed with me. I always wash the sheets after, so there's no way my girlfriend would know. I love getting the chance to cuddle up to her, but my girlfriend can never know because it's a strict rule in our house that the dog doesn't sleep in our bed. You are just bad. Hammy has her own bed in our bed. And you wrong to do this. You know what? I have mixed thoughts about the dog in the bed, but I gotta tell you, okay, that one's cute. That one's cute. You get a cute award for that one. I didn't think that's where we were going. Yeah, no, you had me. I was like, what? Okay. All right, so we're going to the airbrush booth now. Oh, I think I got the, did you think that so we don't have like all the build on this, but do you guys think that like they're working together? That green stuff world is pretty intense, you guys. It's like really got a very, very, that's painted with a brush, by the way. Now this is what I want to show you. Oh yeah, that is a beach. That is a beach in Hawaii, Matt. Thank you. That actually the sand where it comes from has peridot in it, and it breaks down into very small, the rocks have the peridot, and they break down into small particles of sand and peridot, and it literally looks like black and green glitter. It is almost chrome. It does really have a good feel. No, so it breaks it down into such small particles that it's sand. Pop. It's the big pieces roll out down into, so it's really deep there too. And so the big pieces, they get washed up and then they roll down. So they're out in the ocean. And on the beach, it's all very fine black and then little bits of peridot in it that make it, it's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it's very dangerous though. It's one of the most dangerous beaches in the islands. Thank you. And this one actually isn't quite the way I want it. So notice how matte that is. I did not get the products I was using at that time were not, even these, that's not reflecting the way that I want it. So I have to come back and fix it. I actually think that this ink that we're using over here might work as the OSL from the bug. See, the spider guy has like some OSL. And so it's being reflected down here. And so the ink might actually work for that. So I'm working. The other thing too is that if you were to look at the depth, I have really learned to keep the paint out of the recesses. So as you move forward in the Necrons that I have, they're less and less doughy looking. Well, hello, Moscow Hosco. How you doing? How you doing? It is dangerous because of the undertow and the Maui Express being not too far out there, troll, but also because it is kind of the inlet of it is sort of narrow, and when the water comes in and pulls out, it's very, very strong. When there's storms, the waves that come in and crash against the cliffs there, it happens really fast, and the waves are huge, and the pull is, you're not swimming your way out of it. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. In fact, thrill seekers all over the island, the local boys, because there's areas you can't go. If you're not local, you cannot go there. They won't let you in. And there's areas where the local boys will walk off the job and grab their surfboards during a storm to surf some of the waves that come out there. We are doing really good. Alexa, turn on the airbrush booth. All right, let's make sure our camera's working. Camera's working. Boom, boom, boom.
This might answer your question.
No, Alexa, cancel. Pretty good, other than Alexa driving me crazy. We're working on these Necrons here, and we're getting it worked up. This actually looks a lot more like the beach, Matt. It's black, more. This one got a little bit of, I really do think what's messing it up on this one is the OSL, because it just didn't have the right shade to it. But the way that this one turned out really, really did good. Yeah. Oh, this one, troll, it is out there. I am here to tell you what, it is to be reckoned with. Once upon a time, we had a storm. Quick story time while the compressor's coming up. This big old storm. And I was down North Shore. Now at North Shore, you don't, same thing. Not exactly the same, but very similar. But when there's storms, when the water's rowdy at North Shore, you don't go swimming. You just don't do it, okay? We all know that. So we're down at North Shore, and there's a couple of, well, so they call them howlies down there, right? Howlies, probably a rude term nowadays, but whatever. So a couple ladies drive up and get out of the car, and the one lady's got, she's got her bathing suit on, the other one's tank top and shorts, right? And the one lady, she like goes down there and starts flirting with the water, and I'm like, she is not gonna get in that water. Pretty soon, a couple lifeguards step up to the side, and they're like, oh man, here we go. And I'm like, are you serious? So they tell her, don't go in the water, but they can't make you not go in the water. It's not like that. You go in, I mean, if you go in, it's at your own risk. Oh, from the look of it, larger. Oh, larger. Well, it is a larger base. Sorry, you guys, interrupted myself there reading. It is a larger base. I think I really do think that the OSL was messing it up because I didn't get the right shade on it. It's not exactly the shade I want. So I'm going to go back in and fix that, and then I think it'll resolve the problem. Even if I had to put like a little more of the basing material on it. But really, I think that that's what it is that did it. So, she's like all putting her feet in the water and everything. The lifeguards are like, big old horn. Do not go in the water. I mean, they got a freaking, what do you call that? A bullhorn? They're like, do not go in the water. Hey, you guys, storm season, do not go right in there. And she's just like, ha, 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 ha. And the second lifeguard goes back to the Jeep and pulls out the freaking, it's a platform thing that floats, to save people's lives. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? And he's like, no, we can't make her not go in the water, but we're going to have to go in and get her. And I'm like, so these guys are experienced, right? So she's like, da, 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 da. Okay, so she walks into the water up to her knees. Okay. And I watch it happen. Like it's like a crazy, aggressive, spooky being. So, and it's not even a big wave. It's just big enough to knock you on your ass, right? So it comes up, knocks her on her ass, grabs a hold of her, and rolls her. Now these guys are already down on the beach. They're already standing by. They know the drill. These guys are experienced, right? So they're already there when it happens, but they're not going to be like right on top of you. But the minute that they look to the left to see the water coming in, right? And they kind of start heading towards those people. And it grabs her, rolls her, and starts to literally physically pull her out, meanwhile taking her bathing suit off of her body. Anyway, they go in. She's like, putting her bathing suit back on and everything, and they're all in the water, grabbing her up, pulling her away from the ocean. I'm telling you. It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane. All right, let's get some lights going. Some air going. And let's pop on in there. I am going to put these guys in there. We're going to be working with these two for sure. Now you can really see which one's shiny and which one's matte now, right? Okay, so working with those two. And we're going to take these guys over there to do a little bit of that enhanced glow that I want to show you, and then we'll bring them back. Hello, Aspire. Yeah, you really respect, when you're in an area, like in general, you should respect the ocean. But when you're a place like Hawaii where they got the Maui Express, that shit will drag you out, as in like it will drag you to the Maui Express, and that shit will drag you under and drown you. Like you don't mess around, you got to respect it. I really respect the ocean. I was raised around it, and my father was a diver. My father actually trained divers. So my dad was like, full on, right? So I learned a great sense of respect. Things that people do, like, I don't know, like going swimming in deep water when you're drinking, going in boats, and I was raised with etiquette around the water. Well, clothesline, I knew what you meant. I'm dyslexic. You spelled it right for me. All right. Let's pop into the airbrush booth, you guys. I'm going to put all the stuff in the airbrush booth real quick. And then, do you guys see that map? We actually have Stream Raiders up and running. Hello, Zafarius. Do you guys see that? Does that show up on your screen? Somebody let me know. It does. We actually have Stream Raiders up and running. Hold on. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can close that from, oh, hang on, guys. Put these little guys over here. We are also going to do a little bit of developing on that one. And these others are by hand. All right, now let me see if I can go to Geek's desk and solve the Stream Raiders. Is the feedback on the Airbrush booth too much? Can you guys hear me good over here? What I don't have set up today is this. Let's see if it works. I might get lucky and he might actually have it. Good morning, Valander. Oh, good. You guys hear well. So the Airbrush booth is not too much where that microphone is positioned is not too much. Well, I didn't get lucky on that. I was hoping that he would have left this monitor up for the chat for you guys so we could chat while I was in the Airbrush booth. Let me try something. Let's try this. If I lose you guys, just know that I will be back. I'm going to see, because I don't know if that booth is, it doesn't look, I don't know what number monitor that is, or how he gets that up over there. Okay, like that one. Uh-oh. Lost a few things, but not many. Let's try. There we go. Okay, I figured that one out. This is your captain. The buttons. I know I sound far away right now. Don't worry. I'll be back. Okay, I'm going to step over to Geek's desk and see if I can find this monitor. Hang tight. Okay, so what I did find was a way to, get rid of the Stream Raiders. Okay, so now you guys see two purple squares on the right. I'm hoping that that's what you guys are seeing. Let me see. Perfect. Okay. So we got rid of that. That worked out. Now, the only thing that let me see. The only thing I cannot figure, honestly, is where in the sequence is, I've tried all 4 sides of every monitor and cannot figure out actually where that monitor is in the sequence. Maybe it's not mine. Okay, guys, so we don't get that, and that's just fine. So what I am going to do, though, is I am going to take this chat, and I'm going to move it over here. I'm going to reposition one of my monitors just so I can see you guys, because I don't want to not talk to you. I'm going to bring this monitor around a little bit, so I will actually be able to look. Oh, that should work. Okay. And we don't have any music playing. Did that music ever get fixed? Is it like quiet out there, you guys? And it's not scrolling. Why aren't you scrolling? Let me see. Okay, there's no music. All right, so what we don't get is, or I don't get the monitor in front of me, but I can look over my right shoulder. I have this huge monitor that I just kind of, it's on an arm, and I swing it around so I can see you guys, so we can talk, so that's a plus. And you guys can see the airbrush booth, so that's a plus. I repositioned the camera for you guys so that you're not looking down my right hand and it's not blocking your view. Okay. Now I'm going to take a quick bio. This is your opportunity to get your second cup of coffee or grab yourself a snack, and we're going to do some rocking and rolling in the airbrush booth. I'm really feeling very airbrushy today, so who knows? I've got a bunch of Marines on the side here that maybe we'll use. Oh, and I've got this too. We could totally do that. Needs some help. There was just some things I was showing off on it. But we could absolutely do the other one of those. And yeah, wouldn't that look amazing with some color shift? Do you guys want the music? If you want the music, I can find pretzel. Hold on. Hang on, you guys. I think I can do the music. I don't want you to be bored out of your mind. Hang on just a second. Usually, she says she's running. Hold on, let me take a look. I love you too, Scooter. Now do you hear music? Excellent. Look at that. Chatter. Pipe up and say something again. So I've got this one chat box up here, and I saw you pipe up in another chat box.
That's really interesting. So chat, for some reason, Hatter, I saw you in my second chat box over here, but you didn't show up on the main one on the screen. There you are. Oh, how weird was that? Oh, no, weird. Okay. All right. Now I'm really going to take a bio, right? I'm also going to check on the puppy, you guys. So grab yourself another coffee. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee, you guys. I have to put a supplement in my coffee. So give me about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay? Yeah. And maybe we'll do this. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think we should do it. All right, BRB. pink. That candy pink. Both sides together. There. And then I think I need, I'm pretty sure these. I'll grab this silver and see if get a primer over that. Got some lead belcher. Over for that. Let's see then. The brush, this. Okay. Oh. I didn't bother to look if that was actually like 5 minutes. I wanted that to be 5 minutes. Hold on. 7. Well, you know, not my best timing, but let's see how many there. See if I can get this to round. Let's get oh shit. Okay. A bit more on the monitor. Okay, better. Look, I can actually see that monitor over here, which works out really good. See what I got going on with this one. The glow on the back side. A little bit of neon green ink mixed in a white primer. That right there. This up here was something we were doing that was going to be an underglow sort of a thing that I was showing everybody. That's done by hand. Not done though. Still gotta have a colors to get it built up correct. All right. All right, let's see where my airbrush is at. If she did what I wanted her to do. Nope. Cleaner in there. Get her all lubed up. Good. Excellent. All right. So, these little guys. This little guy's done with some, oh, let me bring that microphone down here. There we go. Okay, better? Better. There we go. Oh my gosh, the royal penguins are on the screen in front of me. That's so cool. This little guy is done with some interesting product that I was trying. Your arm is broken. Your arm is broken. His arm is broken. Right there. And I you know, I want to say that this is like some glow in the dark that I got from somewhere. I really like the way that when it's built up heavily. Yeah, I don't like the lights in here. Hold on just a minute. Is that better? Oh, wow. me tighten that nut, you guys. See where that is. There we go. Why isn't it tightening down here? Okay. All right, focusing on these guys here. We've got the shiny one, and we've got these guys over here. I tend to shoot to the left because I am a right-hander. And we're going to use the same color. That's the Psychotic Illusions. That's what we've been using on all these guys. So it's got a little bit of a pink magenta in it. I used the green on the beetles, but it was just way overpowering in the green. I have not had to add any thinner whatsoever to this, like anything to thin the paint at all. It goes on like perfect. It's amazing. So there is a little bit of buildup that you get around the dropper that you want to keep an eye out for. You don't want to end up with any of that in your airbrush. Anything you get in there is going to ultimately end up being, including dust. A little bit goes a long way, but we're going to do some coats. So let's see, about that much. Way more than enough. Way more than enough. Put the lid back on that. Shiny guy first. Now, I usually put my first layer down on my metallics. I'll come back in here for this area that's going to have a little glow, okay? As long as the metallic you're using isn't chunky, you shouldn't have too much problem with low pressure. I like to get a real nice float on my first coat. 2 thin coats is way better than trying to saturate it. Plus, if you don't look out, you'll end up blowing your paint all around. You got some edges. I do love it when I can get that float just right. Always makes me happy with myself. Small amount of air. Put that paint right where I want it. Gives me warm and fuzzies. All right, we'll set that aside, let it dry. Little tiny bits that dry on the tip like that will end up being a booger. And so one of the things I do is always pump and then push. That's just air. That's to make sure that I don't have any little bits of dry paint right on the tip that end up a booger in my paint job. That does not look good. Okay, now we're going for the flat, the matte. Now I'm assuming we're gonna have to keep these separate because once we start getting the paint on them, we might not be able to tell as much difference. turn them sideways, make sure I get that edge. That edge is where a lot of your color shift is gonna come in. Make sure I got in between the white areas there. And they have leading edges going this way as well. Make sure I got the matte one. So after our first coat, that was enough, just enough to do both of them. So after our first coat, this is what we have. This is the shiny guy. This is the matte guy. I'm pretty close up, and there is a slight difference. The shiny one is shinier. This one has a little more pearlescence to it. The matte is has a little more pearlescence, whereas the glossy base has a little more sheen, a little shinier. So, make sure I got those leading edges. I can always go back with a brush and get those leading edges, but considering that we know that the brush really makes it super shiny, I don't know that I want my edges underneath it here being all super shiny. So I really need to go back and make sure that I get those with the airbrush. And as you notice, it used every bit of that. So now we know. Now that was, of course, our first coat. Now, generally speaking, you don't need as much paint. Like, you can put it a little bit. There'll be a little bit less because you've already got it. But I do have to get those edges, and when you're spraying along an edge, it tends to waste a lot of paint overshooting. Not a whole lot you can do about that, just, again, lowering that pressure, so that we can get those edges real good. One thing I do like is the, I forgot to paint the inside of these tails. They actually hang over. And so I may end up having to paint those black because it's not gonna look good. I have to get the opposite side. Might be able to get a nice little metallic base on that. And paint it with one of the blazing paints by Zeplify. And that's that leading edge on one side. And we'll get the leading edge on the other side on this one. I'll mix them up. This is the one with the shiny on the right. So we get all those edges. Make sure I get both those little tail pieces. There we go. Opposite side on this one. There's a lot of the paint that just ends up bypassing, so you probably need a little bit more. We got all the edges. Make sure all the edges are good. And those front, when you're looking at them, we want those. No? Looks good. Make sure we got all these. Those leading edges right there. Okay. That looks good. All right. Now I'm gonna put a little bit more in so that I don't have to quit in mid-stroke. It can cause, if you don't, I mean, putting too much in your brush, in your airbrush, is a problem. But then again, if you put too little and you gotta stop, sometimes what ends up happening is you can get like an overlap, forget where you are, have a line. So it's nice to just be able to start shooting and continue shooting. Okay, so now it's really see-through. So here's something we need to keep in mind. Let me take a look at this just for a minute. Can you guys kind of see the what did you find, Troll? Did I just hear a noise? Well, hello, Captain Slaymore. Welcome aboard. Did you just find something fun to play with? So if you look at this, so this has to do with the color change paint and application of primer. Now here's an interesting thing. The primer looked really smooth, right? But when you put, and we had 2 layers, we did it with a brush, right? But when you put color change paint over it, can you kind of see the striations? So this is something you may want to consider, and that is that it is highly probable that putting it on with a brush and using color change, that if you put your primer on with a brush, you may need to apply your color change with a brush. But I don't know until we get all of our coats on here. So let us see. Let's try to keep fuzzies out of it, okay? It is possible that we're going to be able to cover that, and that the color change paint, that the metallic will end up being way more dominant. Okay, so the answer to the query is 3 nice coats. So this is 2, we're on 2. So 2 nice coats. I'm just gonna put some air. 2 really good coats. One was thin, that was our first coat. Notice the difference, can you see the difference? All right, that's the first coat. This is our second coat. So you need at least a couple coats to get that real good color change happening. And it does, on the second coat, it does cover that problematic striations. But you do have to make sure you get both coats in all areas. You might even consider if you were to primer by hand. Now the shiny primer's on the right. Let's see if the matte primer has that problem. So you know what? Not so much. So it's the shiny primer if you're applying it by hand. So if you were stuck in a hotel or you were traveling, or for some reason like Dave, you had to get a house moved out of and you wanted some paint time, if you have to primer with a brush, it needs to be matte primer. It looks like. Looks like the shiny primer, looks like the shiny primer, there's something about it. It gets like there's lines. Or maybe 3 layers of the shiny primer. Now, do you notice the areas inside turning a little bit pink? I had some gunflow on the way, you guys. I don't know that I'll really be painting it anytime soon, but looks like I'm going to be getting some gunpla here in a minute. Got a tank from Pop Goes the Monkey. I'm surprised he didn't shout out his deets. Anybody out there got Pop Goes the Monkey's deets? Can you shout that out for me? So the other thing is you may need, you know, if you do that, like we did with the primer, looks like you're gonna need 3 good coats. And still, I want you to notice the difference, okay? So this is over shiny, applied with an airbrush. This is the shiny primer. This is over shiny primer applied by hand. Like I painted this one on, okay? I airbrushed the primer, yes, but I painted the color shift on. So do you see the difference? One is more pearlescent, and the other is, like Troll was saying, like chrome. And I didn't buff it or anything, I just applied it by hand with a brush. Same exact color, same exact primer underneath. So
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
you're gonna do some color shit. Oh yeah, well the airbrush, you know, Slay, you can just set up a Discord with me, man, and I'll answer all your questions. So I got one side done and I notice I'm a little low. That's a good time to stop and put more paint in. Halfway through it is not. That way we can ensure consistency. It does take, when you are applying by airbrush, it does take a considerable number of layers. Hold on. We're about to take a look at, can we tell the difference between, or is it that much difference between our matte primer and our shiny primer? All right. Okay, so here we have a guy done. Make sure I got all the little spots in between. Okay. Now just real quick. Matko Hasko, thank you so much for the follow. All right. On the right, we have our shiny primer. On the left, we have our matte primer. Now, 2 coats over the primer applied with a brush. If I'm in the right light, I can still see the striations of the primer. I can. Now, you guys aren't as close as me, and I don't know if this camera is going to show it to you, but I can just see those striations. That's the shiny primer, glossy primer. This is the matte primer. 2 coats of the color shift. I cannot see the striations. I was a little thin on my paint on this panel right here, so that's not my favorite. I can see where I just got the paint a little thin right there, right around there. It's okay, we're gonna put a glow. I'm just letting you know. So I'm not gonna look at that one, I'm just gonna compare these up here. So I cannot see the striations through the paint, which means that it's probably went on smoother, maybe because it was matte. Then we're gonna put them side by side. So I'm right here looking at them, and I'll be honest that to me, like, I can see the difference. Okay, I can. Now, here's the weird part. What I can see the most difference in for me is that when it's applied over a matte primer, I see more of the secondary color. As I roll them, the secondary color on the matte one shows up. This one looks more purple than this one. That's the biggest difference I notice. Interesting. It is interesting. I just thought that was weird. So, were you the one that came in and asked? Wasted? So, and we decided to do this comparison. Now, I did not apply my primer with an airbrush. I applied it with a brush. Now here's the, oh, okay. So what I notice is that first of all, I used a brush to apply my primer. If you weren't here, I don't know. And I do notice that the shiny primer does not do as well being applied with a brush, the gloss. So I was telling people, you know, if you're traveling, you can always apply your primer with a brush. What I'm gonna tell everybody is that be sure to pick a matte primer. And then the other thing is, it seems to me like the shiny, you know, how is very, very close to the same. And I'm right up on these bad boys. But when you're turning them through the light, I do see a little more purple. It seems like to me on the one with the matte primer in the shadow, but it's ever so slight. It's showing more secondary color. It really is. And it depends on the lighting. Now here's the other part. Were you here the whole time? Wasted? Okay, so you got to see then, so this is shiny primer, and this is shiny primer. This is brushed on. This is airbrushed on. Like night and day. That's all over. I brushed his whole body, so what I can say is that, like, this is intense. You still get the magentas and the green and everything in it. It's intense, but you definitely have now if we put a varnish on this, it could change its personality. But that's something to consider too. Now this guy was the pure black glossy primer, right? Glossy primer applied with airbrush. Glossy primer applied with airbrush. You guys. This was painted on the color shift with a brush. This was painted on color shift with a brush. Now, the difference between these two, right? Before I painted this one with the brush, I painted it with the airbrush with the color shift. Now, here's an interesting part. Look at how much purple you get in this, right? And look how much it just looks like chrome. Now here's the interesting part, right? You can look right at the leg. This is the one I applied airbrush base coat of the color shift. This is the one was black. No, so it would be like painting over this with a brush. And notice how intense, like when you just paint it with a brush straight over the primer, look at that. I mean, it's like he's a little chrome guy. Now this one is close. And where you can really see it, let's look at the back with the legs. Is how those legs like just pops. Right here, look at how much black shows through on the left one, how much purple you get in it, that secondary color. So I think it depends on what effect you're gonna like. You know, I think it depends on what you're doing. And then we'll see what they look like when they get, you know, their shadows. When we go through and we do all the lining, what they look like. But there is definitely something to be said about just brushing this paint on. I mean, I really like it. I mean, I like it airbrushed too, don't get me wrong, but I really, really like it. You know? And then that leaves us with this guy, you know, that was actually going to be done in the airbrush booth here. Which means it would come out like this. Well, no, yeah. Now, let's set all those guys aside. And let's take a look at something else. So here's this guy. We got primed with gray, all in there, and we've got some colors on him. And I was thinking about coming in here with this and hitting these areas that are pink and seeing what we get with this green over this, and then we'll come back in here and wash some areas. But I just wanted to see what happened if we had like a dark gray and what we end up with. I wasn't completely satisfied with the outcome of this one anyway. I felt like he needed a little extra something, so maybe this is what he's going to get for his extra something. Let's see what happens. I mean, it could be like, you know, here you are. Got a little dry tip there, guys. It's interesting. So it's very thin. We're putting thin layers, so it definitely adds the dynamic. It's like you can add the extra colors without dominating. Being a little slow for her, she doesn't like it. So if you're going over colors, there's a lot of layering because you want to build that up, so you got to really get some layers, it looks like. Before you start to see it. Now, it could be different with different colors too. So like if we had that darker green in here, we might really get some pop a little bit faster. Whoop. No, we don't. So it's a different dynamic. I can't really say it's like super fancy in this atmosphere here, but it definitely doesn't cover on the gray the same, that's for sure. It really ends up being a lot more silver when you're using it on gray. So the silver aspect of the metallic really comes out strong on gray. It definitely adds a pearlescence to it that's attractive. I don't even know if in those lights you guys are able to see what it's doing. What we could do is let's take one of their candies. So I was working with these. Hold on. Got to get another hand out here. Looks like I need 2 of those. All right. I was working with their candies. So let's take the candy, put it right in there on top of the metallic. All right? Let's see what happens. Because, you know, in the industry, working in the automotive industry, adding a little bit of metallic to your candy is like, that's a good deal right there. Let's see what happens. Okay. And we'll just kind of focus on this area over here that's got the pink going. The answer is OMG, guy. It's yeah. It's a definite yes. Yeah. Oh, I can get that perfect sunset color with that bad boy right there. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, that's good. Candies, the candies dry real quickly, so you want to keep a little towel around to make sure you don't have dry tip. Oh, that's weird. That's gonna work. Wait till I knock a little ink into this for you guys. Oh yeah, look at that. See his face? I think over the orange, the yellow candy would be the way to go. Yeah, that's sweet. That's real sweet. I like it. OSL on his foot going there. Oh, that's much better than when we started. I gotta get that backside with this backside over here is supposed to be, it's actually not supposed to be pink. If that pink was for a demonstration, then the backside ended up green, and that's all wrong. So. What do you guys think? Hello, Kraken. What do you think? You like it? Better? See how it's a little choppy over here? Look how it's a little choppy. And that's better. Let's go ahead while we got, oh wait, let me see how much I have in here. I might have just enough. That's my dry and paint, so paint, dry, paint, dry, paint, dry, paint, dry, paint, dry. I'm dusting him. Hold on. Now, candies. Inside that cup. This is a lot of the clear paint. So, that. You want to get that out. You don't want to scrub that down into the brush or try to run it through. Oftentimes it can end up stuck in your system. We're doing good, Kraken. How are you doing? I don't have a monitor in front of me today, mate. So I gotta like look over my shoulder every so often. And apparently my sounds might not be working either. I haven't heard any of the follows, but I see follows there. All right, a little bit of this brush cleaner. See, you get a little bit. The little guy in the bottom, you see him? See that? I hope you can see that on my glove. See? Okay, that's the kind of stuff that locks up your airbrush that you don't want in there. I keep a paintbrush handy to make sure that all that gets out of the cup. And if you put I cut it, notice I cut the top off the paintbrush. I don't want to put anything, don't put any pokey needle weirdos in here. Okay, you want to be something soft. All right, now we're gonna drop a little yellow in here because we're gonna go ahead and attack this guy over here with some of that yellow candy because that is looking super yum. Let's see what we can do with that. I wonder if it came with an orange candy. Let me look in the box. Maybe it did, and I just don't know it. All right, where is my box? Oh, look what I found. Let's see what color that is. They really need a good mix when you get them, you guys. So the candies, kind of like the fluorescents we were talking about earlier, you really got to mix them bad boys good. Got to mix them good. And since we got the airbrush clean, you know what I'm gonna do before I load the candy in there is come in here and grab some of these glows back for us. Because you know we do have to paint these white again. So I'm gonna tell you about that. Just don't the painting the if you're gonna use the color shifts, you should really rattle can your primer. And if you had to travel and you didn't have a way to paint primer, then definitely matte primer is the answer. All right. These don't have balls in them? Wait. Yeah, they do. This one. She doesn't want to let her ball go. All right, so before we get crazy with that, let's do this. I'm not even gonna use the primer. I'm gonna get sexy with it. We'll use the ink today, okay? How do you like that? All right, just a little bit of glow. I missed this little area down here with the dusting, so. But that kind of gets the glow started for you. And if you think about it too, like, I mean, if this, you do a little dry brushing on this and put it on a table, call it good if you wanted to. I do not like the chip that this one has in it, though. Yeah, not biggie. All right, so using the inks. Okay, so now inks are kind of lethal, right? They're really highly pigmented. The inks that I am using right now is going to be the Liquitex. My favorite is Dollar Rounding. Okay, if you want to get my favorite, it's Dollar Rounding. And I get that from Dick Blick. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, just saying. That's like 6 drops. It's a lot. All right. So we're gonna take this baby back out because we got a little dusting going on it, right? And we're just gonna come, and we're gonna move that. All right. And we're gonna come in here and we're gonna get these areas that we want to be nice and white, right down the center, like that. Little bit of air pressure. There, I covered that chip up. Okay, so now we got a little white build. Now we're gonna get in here on this ball, and we're gonna, it's a very small amount of pressure, and we're gonna float. It can be dangerous, so I'm trying to be careful. You'll see, I didn't blow my knot. When you don't blow, especially with inks, you can end up with a little booger in there. Okay, see a little white, more white going on in there. Look, we make that hose. I got that hose in there. We got more white in there. I just kind of floated in there. Kind of the same thing going on both sides. That's a little bit of building for your glow, all right? And just a little bit of haze on the outside. See it? A little bit of haze. Just kind of want to get just outside the rim on this. See that? Just outside the rim. As we come up, get a little bit of haze. Okay? I actually didn't paint these white, but what you can do is get your little bit of glow right outside those louvers, and you can come back to really get it white if you want. Whoop. I try to paint them from the same, sorry guys, try to paint them from the same direction so I get the same effect. It's like shading. Okay, I don't fling the airbrush around a whole lot. It's like shading. Okay, so there we go. There. And then we'll come back with the paints, but you see what that did right there? A little bit of, and then we come back again, or I do. You don't want to hold the airbrush in one spot too long, because ultimately that can end up costing you. Get drools and all kinds of crazy stuff. Drips, that was the word I was looking for, with drips. All right, got that glow on the outside right there. Okay. a little trigger happy there. Trigger happy's gonna happen. All right. Okay. Whoop. Sorry, guys. I'm holding it so delicately. Now you're going to come back over to clean up the edges and everything, but it's going to give us a real good start. And understand that we're using a more clear paint. So when you come back and cover those areas, your glow will still be under your OSL. But it's still got a little bit left here. Now this is where we try to get real technical with it and just give us a little bit. I got to come under here and get that because we're coming actually in here to cover with a completely different color. So I'm going to go back here and pick it all up. A little more vibrance on that side because we're coming in with a new color. I'm going to go over to the orange side and we're going to go ahead and get that too. A little bit in the rib cage, you see it there? I am not good enough to get an eyeball yet, but we can sure try. Hold on. This needle isn't the right size for an eyeball either, but you know what? I am not, because this ball's turned out really good, and I'm gonna have to go back in there if I spray it and use the black. All right, so let's come back in here and make sure we got that one real good. A little bit more on this one. There we go. Now you see what I did there? When I get the one that's under his arm, I come in at an angle. So I'm shooting over it, the one that's on his leg, in order to get to it. Now, looks like I'm kind of, I don't know, I could say this and then I could be way off, but I'm going to try to get inside of the rib cage here. All right, that's it on our white. Oh, shoot. I forgot the guy that needed the glow that we were going to do with the airbrush. So you guys can see the difference. We'll do him another day. We'll save it for another time. Meantime, make sure I got everything out of here. Oh man, that coffee is good today. Hang on, I gotta take a little swig of hydrates. Gotta swig some hydrates. Oh, and I don't even know what time it is. Oh, okay, good. We got a respectable length of time. All right, now that we got those, right? Now you get to see. So this is the orange. Can't quite get the ball going in this one. Looks like it is really well mixed though. Oh. Ooh, that is pretty. That is pretty. I'm gonna get a little bit of that on his back too. This area, it's got some orange glow, and I'm gonna blend. Oh, yes. I do like me sunset colors. Oh, I do. I am such a fan of sunset colors. Oh, gorgeous. Okay. I'm sure you guys probably can't even see that, but watch the weapon. See it? And the rib cage. And the face. So what I can, oh, look at the top of that head. Look at that. Bam. What I can really see these coming in handy for you guys is adding some volume to your project. Oh, good. I do like it. Oh, and then I'm going to go in here and I'm going to create like these sunset colors, a reflection on his legs with the two colors cross over each other. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a leg spot. Back of the weapon. Oh, I'm a big fan. I am a big fan. Yep, that's gonna clean up real good. Yes, 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 yes. Hello, Juju. I am in the airbrush booth, as you can see. We are playing with some candy inks right now. While I've got that in there, I cannot get the orange one to do that. Orange one's ball. I think there's no ball in my orange. Because every single one of them, hear it? Except the orange. So we're going to take some yellow. And we're going to intensify the orange. But what we will also do is intensify some of the green that was on this. Look at the color of his back. Look at that. So this is going to actually make the color brighter because we have an underglow. So by layering yellow over the orange, when we're doing a glow effect, I do this with all my green glow effects. You just get a lot more pop to the neon color. See the weapon there? I extend out past the orange with the yellow so that you can get that gradient. Right? We're going to get in the ribs. There we go. So we get that bright orange, and then we're going to go on the legs with a little bit of overflow just to capture that sunset color. Mind you, we come in and clean everything up with black. It is just air. All right. Oh, I probably should have hit that green with that. Ooh, just enough. Just enough. Perfection. All right, now once we've done that, you can run a little cleaner through it and grab the pink out, and we're back on pink again. Always making sure that you wipe the inside of the cup so you don't get any of that. You don't want any of that down in there. Those clear colors will do that to you. They're the ones that are the worst. We call them boogers for a reason. Airbrush boogers. Spitting. She's spitting. Probably trying to clear something. So make sure that you clear her little throat. Again, non-ammonia Windex. Saves me a lot of time. All right. Now we're gonna go back in. We gotta have our ink. We gotta have that one. Set that one aside. Oh, we'll do you first. We'll do him first. The pink, just ink, so it really doesn't take a lot. On the rib cage there, on the weapon, on the leg, back of the rib cage, can you see the back of the weapon? I almost can't see the back of the weapon. Yeah. That's just air. He has a sunset spine. It's really cool. Right. Do you find details with the brush? It's in black. We need black to finish him up. And then you can actually put white in those little areas that are grooved out. But honestly, if you put a darker color, you usually get a little more pop from it. We'll come back to that one. A few drops in there. Come back and intensify this guy a little bit. I want that. Just kind of floating it up in there. If you want it to gather in recesses, you know, you can let it sit for a minute. And ink will pool. So you can do like a wash-like situation with it. There we go. See how nice that is? With that real dark edge right there. See the difference? I forgot his legs last time, so we'll make sure to get his legs this time. That way we have that nice underglow. Uh-oh, I touched his face. Hold on. I'm gonna have to come back and fix his face. I touch his face with my boogery glove. What happens, see? Yeah. That's floating it. That angle right there is real hard to get, but the white will pay off for you. So sometimes it's good to leave a little bit of that white hanging out in areas. Got to make sure to get it back in there before anything dries on the edges too. Real light air pressure. When you get real close up like that, that air pressure is going to barely let the air out so you don't end up. It splatters everywhere. Okay. Well, I hit these from the back and the sides to get those balls nice and rosy. That sounded all wrong. Now that you know how to make your balls rosy, don't you feel better? I mean, that could be the statement for the day. Okay, I got a little bit over the black. You'll notice right there, that's going to be a little bit of underglow for our OSL when we bring in the color shifts. There we go. There you go. But you'll notice that layering the white, how that creates a little bit of layering, so you get a little bit different effect. All right now. All right. I'm gonna do one pink and one green. Ready? One pink, one green. We need a couple more drops of pink. I'm gonna clean it. We're gonna do one green. Doesn't matter which is which with the primer now, okay, because we discovered that they were really close. Now, that may not be the same with every single color in Color Shift, you guys. That may not be the same with every single brand. So just to let you know, that's just one color and one brand. Okay, first to center. It's gonna blow some of your OSL onto the sides. And the sides with a very, very light amount of air pressure, gentle on that trigger. Hold on. I see that coming. You ain't getting me, girl. Right? Generally, hitting it from the same angle helps even it up. So if we get it this side, like over here, right? It's gonna be blowing in, so you get that same angle. And then I go back for the middle and I darken it up. Right? So you get a nice dark little glow inside of there. And there's a reason for that. Kind of want to get my edges, nice little glow coming from the edge. All right, and again. Hang on. We need a couple more drops of ink. More like 6, but hey, who's counting? Real soft in the middle there. Extending it to the outside. I'm just going to use air now to dry that. And I'm going to come from each side and I'm going to get the glow that goes along the edge. Okay. Okay. See how you got that glow over the paint? Right? As in the paint job. Okay. Then I'm going to come back in and I'm going to darken that center up. There. I'm going to kind of get them all the same if I can. Looking pretty good. Make sure I'm not blocked. One of the reasons I like to wear black gloves. There we go. I want to get a little more depth on those. There we go. All right. Now we got some good, vibrant purple happening there. Magenta, rather. Okay. Now, the only downside I can say is if you put too much in, right? Now, ink dries really quickly, so you don't have the option to take your ink and pull it out and, like, you know, put your extra ink on a palette or whatever. It's not going to hang out for you. So, when or if you should decide that you're going to pour paint back, you need to be super careful about what you're doing. So you really can't have a dirty cup if you pour paint back. I do not recommend it for the most part, because when I tell people that, inevitably, they just will end up pouring the boogers back in there, and that is a nightmare, a total and absolute nightmare. I just hate to see you guys have to wrestle with that, because it's a big project to fish them out of there. Sometimes you got to take your airbrush like all the way apart, and it is a bummer. So I go in here and see that? You see it? I know you can see that purple one. That's on the side. That's why I keep this little guy around. That's all good down there, but that's a thing that'll end up in there, and that's what'll mess you up. There is a bit of maintenance. Now, I know plenty of people that do not do the level of maintenance I do. I actually know people that drop this in a cup of water and just come back to it the next day. Like, they don't even mess around. So I don't know. I've never treated mine like that. I was taught by an oldster in the automotive industry, and he was like, no, you can't do this and you can't do that. Now, it's not going to kill it. I mean, I had an airbrush I used for all kinds of things. All right. All right, that looks good. Now, we got this one started, but before we go to the metallic, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the green on this one. But now, before I do the green, okay, you ready for this? So before I do the green, I'm going to do yellow as my undercoat. Put these guys over here. Same technique. I'm getting each of those sides. I have the glow, right? Low pressure. Kind of holding it at an angle so I get that glow right along that edge. You'll get better at positioning it as you go forward, and it'll be easier. Trust me on that. Practice is the key. With your airbrush is practice. Lots and lots. Just everything you can think of, and definitely primering. I'm drying now. And again, this is just the way I do. It's not necessarily the way it's done, but it is the way I done it. Okay, look at that. So I'm getting to know the paint. As you get to know the paint, you'll know just how much to add for what you want to do. Okay. Now in the case of this, I should be able to just double up on the, oh, the green is a completely different consistency. All right, so the green is a lot more gel-like, so a little bit thinner. But we don't want it. That's good. A little bit. Now it could be my green. I don't know if it, but this one's a little bit more gel-like than the others. So the oh, that's the floor. That's why. Oh, sorry. So I used the yellow candy ink. I forgot. That's right. The floor, that's what we're using because the green in the ink is real dark. See that? It's much darker. So the floor is what we're going to use to develop that glow on the green. I'm sorry, guys. And it's just it needs a little bit of thinning. That's just for the way I do it. So I'm layering, doing some glazing here, right? So I use the candy over the white to get a real good base, right? And then I'm going to use the green over that to get my lime color. I do love working on Geeks Necrons, I will tell you, I do. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pool, okay? So there's like some little recesses down in here. And I'm going to put what would really be considered too much paint if you were trying to get like a smooth effect. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add so that it pools in the bottom a little bit around all those recesses. You do have to use a very small amount of air for this, or you're going to end up doing that, what I just did. Right there while I was talking. See? What it's going to do is it's going to, if you get the air pressure right, you can do this with a brush, as in a regular old paintbrush. Hold on. In reality, cause yourself a lot less trouble. I don't want y'all blowing your paint all over the place and being like, that's the worst thing you ever taught me to do. Let's do it the way that I do it, old-fashioned style at the hotel. Just enough to make it pool all around the edges. Okay. Hang tight. We're going to rinse that. And I thought we had a floor that was, here it is. Here it is. That's with the purple fluor. Magenta. Same concept. You want to get enough in there to kind of bleed into all those little recesses so it will dry up and be like a little bit darker all around those areas. Okay. I don't know if Dave's out there or not to kill that bot. All right, now the next thing we're gonna do is put our color shift back in the airbrush. And actually, because of the super, super shiny that we get from painting it on with a paintbrush, I think that's how we should do it, because we're gonna get like this effect. Even though, well, actually it'll be more like this one because of the fact that we're painting over an existing coat. So we'll go back to the other desk and we'll do it that way. I think I want to paint this guy with a brush so he's super shiny like that. I think it'll just make him super pop. Yeah, I'm pretty picky about this whole clean the cup thing. I'll get all those guys out. Usually, I use the Viva paper towels because they don't have a lot of lint. And I'll get the inside of that cup real good. Now, primer, it sticks in there, but you don't really find the primer climbing out and messing up your world most of the time. I mean, if you get a little bit of it along the edge of the cup and whatnot. That's beautiful. That's how you want it to look. All right? All right. That was an experience. Look at all that we got done. I'm gonna leave these guys over here. This guy's gonna come with us. I'm gonna finish him up, these two. All right. Hang tight, guys. I gotta change. Oh, good grief. There you guys are. I know, bring the microphone with me. I got it. Alexa, turn off the airbrush booth. Okay, hold on, let me catch up with chat. Oh, who we got out there? Well, hello, Hut Armories and hi, Pyro. How's it going? For anybody that I didn't greet that might have popped into chat while I was in the airbrush booth, please do pipe into chat and say, hey, hey, what is up? A raid. Oh, we got a raid. My noises, my alerts aren't working. Hey, for everybody that came in with the raid. Hold on, let me see. Hut Armories, thank you so much for the raid. My goodness. Thank you kindly. I do appreciate it. We are painting some Necrons today. What were you up to? What were you up to? For everybody that came in that doesn't know me, I'm Captain Madlove, and it is a pleasure to have your company. We are painting some Necrons today. We were in the airbrush booth there for a minute. We've been playing with some Colors by Green Stuff World, some Floors, some glow colors that they have, and making some OSL. Doctoring up a guy that kind of got his ass handed to him in battle, and then I had to like fix him up, so we're kind of fixing that guy up. Oh, you're doing some leather work. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome. We love leather workers too. Please feel free to, I do not have all my mods here today. Tuesdays are a little bit weird. Hut Armories, please feel free to shout yourself out in the chat there. Everybody go give Hut Armories a follow and a peek at the leather working.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
And thank you very much for the follows. I do appreciate it. So we are, oh, I do have to get my color. Hang on just a minute. So we're gonna need the yellow floor and the green floor, and white ink, and we're gonna need this one, right? Is that where, yeah. No, this one. There we go. But I have minutes. Thank you, Lifar. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. We're going to focus on one. So we've been doing a lot of work with, I've actually got the floors out for the yellow and the green. So we're going to focus on that one because I only have time for one, you guys. All right, then. So we've got all of our little family of colors over here. Definitely going to need the ink. If you'd like to put a link to what you were working on, Hut Armories, in the chat so people can go take a look. I'm sure they'd love to take a look at what you were working on. I mean, if you have pictures. Oops, that was the wrong one. Let's throw that away. I know that when you first are getting done with your stream, a lot of times there aren't pictures, but if you have them, you are welcome to put some out in the chat. Oh, you're working on a holster, right on. There we go. A little bit of white ink. All right, you guys. And here we are with our floors. And so before we go into all the parts of the metallic, we're gonna fix the louvers and whatnot. So in order to fix these louvers, if you have pictures, please, Hut, feel free to put them in the chat. In order to fix these louvers, the best thing that you can do for them, what I do for them, is I focus in here for you guys. Hang on, there we go. I take one side or the other, and then I usually take the outside, and then I'll take the white ink and a liner, and I'll take one side, just like the side of the louver. There we go. See? So I'm just doing one side. Sometimes it gets away from me, and it'll get like, you know, all of it, but what will keep it in place is if you have your neon color handy, which of course I didn't put mine out on the palette, but if you have it handy, when you put it on the other side, they tend to bleed together a little. It's actually a real cool effect. Now if you want to stay real tidy like that, okay, then you just want to let it dry like that and don't put any paint in there. If you want to swirl with the other paint while the ink is wet, if you put the other color in there, they'll bleed together, but sometimes they end up mixing and making one color. So if you want to keep it nice and separated, then you want to leave it like that. Now the other thing that I like to do is take a little bit of ink. I'm going to actually get, instead of using a liner, a brush that has a little stability to it. Okay. And I'm going to go in here on these center pieces, right? And I'm going to paint
the center and right out to the little arms that hold them in. There's these little arms. I make like a cross pulling to the middle on it. So it's like that in the center. As I build this, it'll become shockingly neon. It's the white that does it. Getting that real good heavy back glow of white really helps. Now, I don't like to mess up my metallics, so what works for me is to get these lines before I start doctoring with my metallics. I find if I do that I'm not messing up my metallics as bad. So do you see me just run the brush through all those? That was nothing but water. So what I do is I use the ink. There's a capillary action. I call it bleeding. And it'll just pick that ink up and run it all into all the cracks. If I take a brush that is damp and run it through all the recesses first. Right on, geek. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so it also makes it easy if you gotta drag the brush, you can just pull that ink. Oh, you don't want that to happen. That's your nightmare right there. And if it does, you take it off really quickly. I don't exactly rinse the brush because it leaves a little bit of white, so I can see whether I got all the tracks or not. Okay. I usually paint those centers with the white as well. I'm strictly using ink because ink is extremely thin. It doesn't have a big, it's not like paint where there's a little bit more of a layer buildup. Okay, and then I try to go in and get all those areas. So I'm gonna do that same thing on the other side. Geek, can you hear me? Are you still out there? Gosh, I hope so. No, let me get him after the store. Can you pick me up one of those buckets of lettuce that has the 4 little heads in the container? I haven't eaten and I have a hankering for a salad, and I want that you know, the one that has the 3 or 4 little heads in it. One's red, one's purple. Yeah, okay, thank you. Oh, I didn't get to look at what you're working on. Hold on. Oh my, that is beautiful. Whose old gun is that? Oh, that's very nice. Is that a saddlebag? Is that a saddlebag you got there? That's nice work, Hut. Again, all ink here. This is going to really help, and you'll see in just a minute what I speak of. But you do have to get a nice backdrop before you go forward on this. Now, if it turns out that you put your ink in and you end up where you don't get the volume you want from it, you may have to go back in and add. sometimes it ends up being not quite as dense as I want it to be. So I'll go back and I'll catch it again with the ink. Doing my best not to get out of the lines. It seems like the first side was just a little bit thinner on my application than the second one. Okay, this takes some time. I'm not gonna lie. You do not have to do this. For me, the crayons were the very first of all of the things that I painted here up to this point. The crayons were my very first winning paint job. And so one of the problems with that idea was, now as we come back to the crayons later and start to work on them, we kind of have to keep face. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't just now paint them a completely different style. Although they are quite different. My painting has definitely changed, but making sure I got a nice white spot in the center of each of those to work with. All right, now you see what's going on there? Do you see it? Okay, now, as we come outside of the area, we're gonna get a very stark reflection right here, right? So I take the side of a pointy brush and I come in here. They have some little ridges that you can get the ink into that will help you on these in particular. And I get that leading edge around the color. Did you guys go follow our raider? I hope so. I really do appreciate the raids. We're working on our followership. Mostly we're working on our subscriptions on YouTube, you guys. Anybody out there not subscribed to my YouTube, I'm working on 1,000 subscriptions so I can make a community page. And remember that that's free. It's totally free to help me out on that. All right. So I get these little edges here. These are edges right there. These little leading edges, just it's amazing what a difference these little bits of sparkle are gonna make in when you get your glow in there, when you start developing those OSLs. It really is. OSL is probably one of my more favorite things to work on. So I really am a fan of glowy colors. I do this one too. Okay. All right. Now you got all those areas in there. Now you want to let that dry. Now this part here is where your ink comes in really handy. Now since they got the candy ink, now one of the things that I can do is I can get a deeper color. But what I find works super well is the intensity, that they have this intensity ink. So that is by Green Stuff World as well. Make sure I'm getting the right color. Yeah. So this is the Birdie's green. real thin. So I'm taking a little brush and I just kind of get right in that recess, and then I make it a little bit uneven. So it's it's even, but like going up and down, I guess you could say. So it's not like a straight line all the way around it. I find that in this instance, one of the best colors for those little arms is black. It really makes everything pop. The little arms that hold the balls. Oh, you guys, I gotta find somebody to raid. I got an appointment at 2:30. And I got some Patreon work I gotta do. All right. I think you can kind of see what's going on here as we build into it. I use this Viridius as part of the building down here. The darker green as part of the building for the striations. And I break it up. I don't leave it in just one spot. They will kind of appear to be even in their layout. But what this ends up doing is kind of making it look like there's movement. Like it pulsing, sort of electrical type of a get up, if you will. For everybody who's been hanging around for a minute, I don't actually know if you've seen this. I mean, my last Wraith was a minute ago. All right, so all that, right? Notice that I didn't do them identical on either side. All right. The last thing that I will do before I step away from the table is I will get this, we do need to have 2 levels of this green, which is going to be, hello, Casual Painter. We're getting ready to raid somebody, sweetie. How you doing? 2 levels of that green. All right. So we can paint the bottom of the ball. We're actually just getting ready to get done. I'm showing everybody how to make some gusto balls here with a lot of green. What you've been up to, please shout yourself out. I do not have a mod today. And then, of course, the color that will go in the center of that is the yellow. That bright, bright yellow. And you will just pull up from the sides where you put the green in. You're just gonna pull up from the sides to get a real good lime green over the white. Now you might go back, again, like I said, those little arms that are in there, you might wanna paint those. We wanna get those a color. For right now, you go back in for that lime green and pull right up into those cross lines that you made with the white, so you can get a little variable going on like this. And we still will end up coming back again with white.
Those lines that are on the side, you're going to want to mix your green with your yellow to get an even limier color. Oh, thank you very much. So we're working on a lot of them. We've got some glow effects on this big boy here built up. The second one we're working on is this magenta one. We got a guy we're working on here. We're salvaging him. He's part of the reanimation protocol. And then our guys that were done from the other day that actually have the full-fledged color. And these guys here, we're working with some color shift paint by Green Stuff World. So when I come in here for these, I'm going to go right over the dark green that we put in here. Okay, right over it. You want to do that so that you get a little gradient. And you do that on all these. That is the color that you mix the two floors together for. All right. If you guys have any questions on this, please hit me up in Discord. All right. And ask. And actually the VOD, what would really be helpful for interaction purposes, I'm going to retract that. If you have questions for me, please ask me on YouTube, because that's actually where the VODs are held, and so it will help with the interaction, as well as making sure I'm getting my alerts and answering the questions where other people can see the answers. It really does help. All right, now as we go back over this, we will not have as much brush load on it. All right, and as we go back over it, we want to kind of like hit the edge with the color that we're using, right along those lines. Okay, with the same color that you're using. These colors glow in black lights, by the way. I'm going to paint this whole area right outside that's got the glow with this beautiful lime color that we've made. It's very light, the color around here that I built, but what you're going to see is when we get in here and we do this next part, I do not know what I am doing. I do have an agenda, but off the top of my head, I don't remember it. That's why I have a calendar. I'm using the yellow now at the top of this. That's the neon yellow right at the top portion, and also letting that float down into the greens, because it's going to, remember what we talked about earlier, how that the lemon yellow helps make the greens more lime. We're glazing it in there now. The other thing we want to do is make that top nice and yellow. We're going to come back in there, just hang on while it's still kind of wet, and I'm going to grab some of that white ink while it's still wet. And ink likes to crawl in paint, so it's going to create a nice inconsistent little bleed into your yellow there, making a nice little white hot spot on your glow. Little bit of ink on each of those. All right, you guys, that's what I got time for today. Looks like I'm going to be late for my appointment. The good news is I just got to dial them up on Discord. Let me see who we're going to go raid. Just hold tight. Oh,
I wonder why that's grayed out. Hold on, you guys. Well, we're going to soften. So one of the things that happens with a little bit of work, these edges will soften up, and I'll show you that when we get back together. Yeah, I like the way that came out. All right, so, hey Dragonheart, we're just getting ready to raid, baby. We're just getting ready to raid. We did some neon parts here today. And using our color shift and whatnot. I know. Oh, thank you. Well, if they're coming along, they're coming along. We've got these two little guys over here, so I think we're really getting it together. Woo! Woo! Uh-oh. Oh no, didn't break. Good. I think we're getting it together. There's like some real pretty, like, you know, these are the disco crons, so they're coming together. We're getting some good colors. So let me see. You guys, so I'm gonna have to end this without a raid today. The raid option is completely grayed out, which means I'm probably not in some sort of mode that I'm supposed to be. And if I start pushing buttons, in reality, we're not gonna end up in that raid anyway. So I'm gonna choose somebody, and you guys are gonna go give them all of our love. How about that idea? Can I trust you to do that? Dragonheart, do you think you can lead the crew to where we're supposed to be going? Let me see. I am going to choose today hang on, it's Technical Tuesday. Bum bum bum. And today I would choose to raid excellent. So you guys can follow Dragonheart. Ooh, to Phoenix Miniatures. Ooh, yeah, he's painting something fun. Ooh, he's painting a lady. A lady. Oh, Casual Painter, thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Also, thank you so much for the raid, Lefar and Hut, you guys. I greatly appreciate it. It has been a fantastic stream. There you go. Everybody, between now and Friday when we see each other again, all right? Please take care of yourself. Self-care is very important. Without caring for yourself, you cannot care for anything else. And between now and then, some brushes, some paints, some minis, and get your fucking paint on. Let's go. You're self-rating. Click on that and let's go see Phoenix Miniature Art. You will like this painter. He is painting a beautiful bust right now. Let's go do it. Go. Let me see you in the chat. Go. Oh, what a beautiful miniature. Okay,